Good morning everybody. Just do a quick sound check. Anybody in the chat to shout up for me? Sorry about the delay this morning. It is the age-old trouble of aviation spotting, runway switch. So when I left the hotel I was expecting 06 to be in use, whereas when I got here it was back to the other end and our typical westerly arrivals. Just having a quick look through the chat. I'm still setting up, folks. I really had to taz around here quite lively. So good morning to Andrew NUFC. Looking forward to a great day, mate. And yeah, great. If you can't catch us now, catch us later. That'd be fab. Ken, good morning to you, sir. How are you today? Simon Kirby, good morning. Alibi 58, good morning to you. Hope everybody is well. Just looking at Alibi's weather forecast. Yeah, 6 degrees. It's quite pleasant in the sun. And 10% chance of rain. Yeah, I think we like those odds. We'll take those. Jonathan Young, good morning to you, sir. Happy Friday indeed. Spot a breakfast before heading off to work. Have a great stream. Thank you, my friend. Hope to catch you at the weekend, and certainly you'll be able to catch this back later if you have time. Fantastic. Simon Kirby, audio loud and clear, confirmed by Ken. Fantastic. So I'm just checking the horizons. If you pardon the pun, it was a proper raggy-arsed Rovers set up at this end. So I got myself somewhere near the Edinburgh Showground, parked up, ready to roll. And lo and behold, they're coming in from the blooming west. Good thing is, it's only a matter of 10 minutes at that time of day from one side to the other. Of course, it'll be a bit more of a nuisance if they pull another runway switch on us, unfortunately, because it's parking that's the pain. I think I've said before on streams, I have tried the Mound before, which is a great spotting location, but I just couldn't get the kind of signal that I needed. So apologies if this was called in the chat. As I say, it's belt and braces at the minute. You are looking at a Jet 2 Boeing 737 on its way out to Tenerife. Exciting times. Good morning, Janelle. I'm getting used to your new handle. How you doing? Political bias. Good morning to you. Do not apologise. We're here when you're here. That's how it works on this channel. El Zorro Eterno, good morning to you. Hope everything is good in your world. No trips to the hairdressers then. Oh, it did bring back some memories when you brought that up in the chat. Simon, I'm in tip-top shape, mate. It's not nippy at the minute, I think, because of the sun. Simple as. It could be a case of, well, cripes, I'm chatting and not watching. I mean, the sun might be a bit of a nuisance for us early doors today, because as you'll realise in a minute, it's still quite low. But we'll make the best of it. I'll try and keep the camera as low as I can. It's a good problem to have, isn't it, really? No clouds in the sky. Oops, sorry folks, I was trying to check the chat again. Andy C, good morning to you. Hope all is good with you as we inch towards the weekend. Well, you can pretty much touch it, can't you, the weekend from here, whether you're working or whether you're not. The only caveat to that, of course, is the if you're working at the weekend. Used to be that person myself. It's all right in the week when you're taking your time back, but when everyone else has got that Friday feeling, it's a bit rum. So it looks like we've got good continuity of action. can see a couple of Ryanairs juiced up, looking to bring themselves out from the terminal. So that's good.
Jonathan, I can seldom be accused of moving the sunshine around with me, mate. I'm usually the person who puts the kibosh on it, but I love the sentiment. Maybe at 57 and a half years of age, that's going to tip now the other way, and yeah, the sunshine would follow me. Now I usually have to go to it, mate, and like I say, and you saw evidence of that with the Glasgow stream yesterday. It was pretty sunny when I rocked up, and by the time I left, yeah, it was cloudy and cold. Great fun nevertheless though. Journey back wasn't quite as testy as the outgoing one, no standing traffic, but it was still quite sticky going through Glasgow or passing by Glasgow. But of course you'd expect that, major city and all that. Well, the people on this plane won't have to worry too much, will they, about whether it's sunny here or not. See the spray coming off the tarmac. It must have rained quite a bit overnight. The car park at the hotel was awash with puddles. Puddles I didn't remember when I parked up. And he's gone out fairly heavy. So, without ado, I know this will sound quite odd, but I'm quite looking forward to a quick 5 minutes pause in traffic. It's a bit chaotic in terms of setup here. Looks like some kind of teddy bear's picnic that's gone wrong in terms of stuff all over the hockey. Andy C, sorry to hear that, ill health reasons, 32 years working in air traffic control. All right, cool man, you've kept that under your hat, unless I missed that in the chat yesterday. Oh, I can see a couple of arrivals coming in. I'll have to rely on them being called in the chat, folks. I love it when it's like this, bit of early morning tempo. Sad news is, the two snack bars that I seem to have left from yesterday are both of the slightly rustly variety. So I'll put a warning out on that one. Please mute your screen now kind of thing. Right, let's get some action. Let's get some wheels down stuff. Can't wait to win my first telescope of the day, Kent. I hope you've got it ready. Going to have a trophy cabinet built at Plane Sailing Aviation house. Although I'll probably need an extension at the rate I'm acquiring the telescope. And there's the thing, for once it's turned up late to our advantage.
quick question to the chat. Are you getting the aircraft noise? I can hear my own audio very well, but I can't be certain if I'm picking up the aircraft, because obviously I can hear it in real time as well. Sorry about the swift pan, people. So while we wait for our flying pencil to vacate and a Ryanair tees itself up. Thank you, Kent from Newark. Good morning, Carl Shield. Yes, I think in terms of movements, there's no question that Dublin's the busier of the airports. I think I was saying on the stream, if I remember correctly, Dublin would be just below Gatwick in terms of busyness. I think that's about right. So plenty to watch and see, as we knew from the stream. Particularly good when they're running dual ops, of course, as well. Crikey, better get to it. Looks like a spot of ATR type action at the other end of the bus. I'm going to take a punt that it's Aer Lingus. I think we have an Eastern Airlines coming through today with, I think it might be an ATR 42. It was on flight radar or listed last night. Let's have a quick moment with our pencil. Don't you just love it? I'll pull away shortly just to get the next Ryanair departure, but you've got to savour these moments, haven't you, before they eventually find their way out of service. Well, I can see a few lining up to come in, which is good because that's what we're here for. Right, I think I'll have to break away so I don't give you too much of a dazing when I pan the camera. It's nice to be here on a Friday as well, get some of that midweek action. Sorry folks, that was me catching the tripod. A bit like cricket, I've marked my crease out, but I've not played many shots. Oop, another arrival by Jingo. Just how we like it. Sorry if I've missed anything in the chat. Just got to keep those cameras rolling, haven't you? With my superb moderators running things, there's never a doubt that things are swimming. Good morning, Mark 176. Welcome back, mate. How's things? Keith Winter, good morning to you. And let's see this departing Ryanair flight to Stansted. Show us what it can do. Good stuff. Yep, they're coming thick and fast. So, British Airways arrival from London City on its way in. An Embraer 190 SR departed, I believe, just over an hour ago. Sorry folks, I lost that slightly there in the sunshine. Tell you what, let's just park the camera there for a minute whilst this EasyJet finds somewhere to park up. So we have a slight pause in play. Right, so let's have a quick look see. So as I say, sorry if I've missed you in the chat. It's been all hands to the pump. So good morning, Quickening Cats, Cabo Taxi. Good morning to you. Yeah, we like being at Edinburgh. There's no question about that. And it does combine quite neatly with Glasgow. But either which way, this is obviously going to stay regular for Plane Sailing Aviation. So, a formal good morning to everybody. Hope we're all well and looking forward to the weekend. And for those of you who are working, well, let's just hope the weekend passes quickly enough for you. So a gorgeous day here at Edinburgh International. It's forecast to stay dry. It did look like we were going to be getting reverse ops today. Indeed, the morning started with reverse ops, and the reason I was late broadcasting was because they did a runway switch. So we're now back to coming in over the Firth of Forth. So it looks like we've got a decent range of movements today. I'm just going to find where I've stashed my notes. El Zorro, I'll leave it to the more technically savvy on the chat. I'm not sure, mate. Ken, thank you so much for the like call of the day. It does keep the show ticking over. There is no question on that. So being liked is always better than not being liked, and it really does help us with YouTube. Well, at least I've established what the delay was for the EasyJet coming, waiting to park up. A sister plane is on its way out. Good luck with the school run, Simon. Safe travel. I thought it was half term most places this week. Was it half term last week for you or next week? I'll show folks once we've got a further pause. In fact, I'll show you now because I'll forget. There's some kind of building work going on in shot. I'm hoping it's just like drainage ditch type stuff rather than a porter cabin type thing or bigger, because it would just spoil the view a tad. Not that that's Edinburgh's primary concern. Thank you, Mark. So we have a baby bus EasyJet off to Amsterdam, which is where we're going next month. Our second overseas trip, 18th and 19th of March. So looking forward to that. Hope people will be able to join us for it. I've almost got an advent calendar in my head now, chalking off the days. Shouldn't wish your life away like that, should you? Yeah, it does vary, doesn't it, Keith? As I loosely remember, I used to obviously have my own son off school at half term, and work colleagues would be having it the week before or the week after, which I suppose is pretty good from the point of view of being able to take your leave. If you're all chasing the same leave at the same time, usually people get disappointed, don't they? Sorry folks, I'm just manipulating my tablet. It's quite leisurely. I don't know if he's got to give way to somebody. I can't see anything coming in. Just panning the camera round a little bit while we've got a second. I think I've got enough slack on the HDMI, give you something different to look at. And this is what's essentially behind me. I think it's the River Almond, but I might be wrong. Rather stupidly, I've not looked up what's behind me. So alibi, put me straight, mate, if I'm left of centre on that. You get the odd duck quacking in the background. Very peaceful. So let's have a look at what we've got. So yeah, winds north-northwesterly is what the forecast was when I last looked. So they had flirted with reverse ops, now they've brought it back. A wind at around 8 mile an hour, 6.96 knots, rising to around 14 mile an hour, 12.8 knots by the end of the show. So not too windy, is it? Gusts, it says here 17 mile an hour, rising to, what's that, around 20. I think I've completed my note. So wind isn't going to be a significant factor on the stream today. In terms of movements, 93 overall during the planned scheduling of the show. Now obviously I started late, so some of those we'll have missed, but we'll run on a bit later if we have the juice to do so, and there's something moving. So we know we've got the United Airlines 757, we've caught the arrival, we'll get the departure. We've also got Delta with their 767, which I think is due in around 8:30. I've not done a time check on that one. We've got a Turkish Airlines A321 in at 10:45. I got excited last night. I looked on Flight Radar and it had got a 777 listed. But obviously someone on the scheduling side of things has looked at the occupancy and the numbers clearly weren't there. We have a Gulfstream G500 Elite Aviation or something like that. I've forgotten now, truthfully. Due in at 11:30. That looked quite natty. And we've got the Qatar Airways Dreamliner in at 12:30, their daily service. So some good movements.
and as I was saying earlier, I'm sure I'd seen an Eastern Airlines ATR 42 listed. Sorry folks, a bit heavy on the switch there. I'm just going to have to get used to the sun. I think we're kind of into peak cap territory, to be honest. So that's a very quick synopsis of some of the anticipated highlights. Just delving back into the chat, so do bear with me. My apologies if I've missed you. Neil McGarity, I should be able to see the Delta about now. Right, I'm just having a look. Yes, you're right, my friend. Good shout, that. It's the merest of specks, but it's sitting just above the clouds that are that way, so it's quite easy to pick it up. Good stuff. No, Keith, I didn't bring my fishing rod. It looks a great spot. I don't know what there is in here to catch, but it looks very sort of serene. El Zorro's got some research. Is that the winglets conversation from earlier? Good stuff, El Zorro. Yeah, our hearts go out to New Zealand quickening cat and the North Islanders, the experience they've had. Some terrible things happening in the world at the minute. So let's get to our incomer. I think he's just about worth picking up. Delta Airlines 767 from New York, having departed 5 hours and 55 minutes ago. So let's see how they're faring, shall we? As with the 757, it'll be a sad day when these beauties aren't in the sky. So in terms of upcoming action, in fact, I've just realised I may not have introduced myself to those who don't know me. So I'm Mark, your host on this show through till about 1 o'clock, but we will do some overtime as we started slightly later, unless people tell me they prefer the earlier finish. We like to give you what you want. So Edinburgh today, Glasgow yesterday, Newcastle International Airport tomorrow. So a hat trick of different locations, away from the beaten track. So hopefully you can join us for all or some of those shows. Great thing about YouTube is if you miss it live, you can always catch it up later. Still found plenty of water on the tarmac. It's a proper hairdryer. I think we'll leave the camera there for the turn. I don't think I can see a Ryanair scooting out. I have to stay vigilant to this sort of thing, or I'll get an early telescope. So the Ryanair that's on the way out will be off to Milan, Boeing 737. I think looks like they, oh crikey, just bear with me folks.
blinking bootlaces had come undone. I wonder why I seem to be tripping myself up. Good morning, Gareth Roberts. How are you, my friend? I'm with you. Friday I'm plane spotting, marriage made in heaven. It's such a nice day here. Good morning, Paul Usher and John Hughes. Good morning to both of you. Sorry I've been a bit slow saying hi. Fergus Lavers, how's you? As always, a shout out for our super moderators, Ken Alloway and Alibi 58. We're blessed on this channel. We've got a Fab Four, Dopey Gorp also, and Paul Denio. And I can honestly say they're incomparable. Quite majestic. Just looking in the chat, Mark 176, you've got it murky in London. Yeah, but you get the warmer temperatures there, mate. Well, that's what I like to believe anyway. But yeah, I'll take the sunshine over the murk. Don't know if you can hear the dogs in the background. It's obviously good dog walking territory too. So I assume dogs will be a regular feature on the show, barking away in the background. Seems quite a get my teeth in, popular walking track behind me by the river. As I say, that sun's mighty low and fierce, isn't it? I think it'll be another hour before it removes itself from such an onerous position. Or certainly when we're trying to capture a taxiing plane. Let's see where our Ryanair to Milan plane is. Full of people, I'm imagining, looking forward to a super weekend break in Milan. Can't fault them. Right, we might just catch a little bit of returning delta action. and in perfect synchronicity we have British Airways pushing back. Yes, there. So an A321 on its way back to London Heathrow. Don't quite get the views here in terms of the ops team, ground ops team, unclipping and so forth. It's a bit of a raised embankment or a drop, as you can see on the far side. We'll give you some of that at Newcastle tomorrow. Crikey, 44 likes already. Excellent. Well, as you know, 50 is a great number, but either which way, thank you folks. That's a great start to the show. Right, I can see something coming over the horizon. Sorry folks, my setup was all moved, which is a bit of a nuisance. I'll put it right once we get this one in. To me, an Embraer 190. Kind of wondered aloud if that was an E2, but I'm probably wrong. Oh, it was an E2, a 195. So I was partially wrong. Apologies, I know that'll have been called out in the chat. Yes, I can only echo Ken Alloway's comments. Beautiful setting here. It's a firm favourite with Plane Sailing Aviation as a channel, but particularly this half of Plane Sailing Aviation. So British Airways looking for the nod to taxi out for their return to Heathrow with their A321. Our chaps in the high-vis kit are all kicking bits of mud around and looking at what looks like a bit of a hole.
can't wait to fly with KLM. That's who we're travelling to Amsterdam with. So that'll be a first for yours truly. We had tried hard to hook it up with Ryanair, EasyJet, or a combination of both, but in the end the simplest, most cost-effective option was actually to go with KLM return from Newcastle. So I'm looking forward to giving you a trip review on that one. Wow, that's sunny's fierce. Right, let's move a little bit further up the line. There we go. Oh, Heathrow flight. Yeah, those Pentland Hills that Ken refers to, I'll draw the camera across them later. Regulars of the show will have seen them before, although they still look fabulous with the airport in the foreground. But for anybody new to the Edinburgh stream, it's quite nice to get a feel for what's in your, the peripheral area. Give you a quick look see at the river earlier on. I've treated you to some high tempo, high vis action. Look at that. There's some tempo there. You've got some trains in the background. That's the beauty of the turnhouse end of the runway. You have the railway line running along there. Further out from there, you'll be heading out towards the Firth of Forth, which is where the plane's coming from. Nell W, good morning to you. How's things in Belgium? Mark 176 says a Ravenair Pilatus PC-12 inbound from Belfast International. I will keep my beady eye peeled on that, whilst trying not to let this British Airways departure slip out unnoticed. Thanks, Ken. So that's the Forth rail bridge. Another iconic place. We had the John Brown shipyard, the big crane that appeared in yesterday's Glasgow stream. There's so much history and heritage up here. When I was walking back to the car yesterday, I've not looked the name of it up, but there was quite a, it's hard to describe, iconic looking bridge. It's obviously been designed so it can be raised, Victoriana I suppose, so I've taken a picture of it. I'll include it in my community post just for interest. Be some aviation pictures there too. Look at these workmen, what's going on? Do they not know we're streaming? And I can see what may well be the Pilatus that Mark 176 has signposted. Paul Usher, thank you to you, sir. Thank you so much. As I always say to people, your company and a like and a subscription, they're what I ask for. Anything on top of that, donation wise, fantastic. Thanks, mate, from the bottom of my heart. All goes into the pot for the next overseas trip, or away fixture actually.
Well, this is definitely the Pilatus. I love the lights on these. I don't know what folks think. They look particularly good when the light's not good. You get a few of these through Newcastle. I always think they've got a slightly UFO feel to them when it's quite gloomy. Sorry folks, a bit too lively. Just trying to take us away so we can keep the sun out as much as possible. Turns on a sixpence. Just taking a quick snap of that, you may have got a short stutter. Looks like British Airways is preparing to make its move, or more accurately, is making its move. Right, let's get back to the jet action. Return to the jet age. Here we go. Doubt he'll be hanging around. Chance for a quick butchers in the chat. Jan, nipping out with the dog. See you shortly. What have we got here? It looks like a returning Aer Lingus Dublin, I'm assuming. I know that I've been called in the chat. An ATR 72, which we love on this show. Chance for a quick look-see in the chat. As I say, apologies if I've missed anybody. I did wonder if we get to see the wheels up. Good effort. Well, we seem to be in ATR heaven. Cool. Shout out to El Zorro Eterno, who's just PayPal'd the channel £5. Thank you, my friend. As I was saying earlier, you know, above and beyond, but always gratefully received. Every penny back on the action. Thank you, my friend. Stalwart support. I'd heard the tablet make its little kind of whistle noise, but there's several reasons why that could be. That's the best one. Looks like this one's planning to go out long. I'm with Mark 176. If I was on the crew digging the hole in front of me, I think I'd constantly be watching the action. It's a fairly deep hole they've started to dig out. I've just seen a bloke standing up to his waist in it, so whether they're looking at drainage or something. And I can see something on far horizon. I'm sure that's been called in the chat. Ken tells me wee bit glitchy. Oh, I'll have to watch that. Could be. The radio mast is behind me, but of course with it, the bucket swinging around and stuff, I don't know whether it affects the radio waves. As the glitchiness passed, just so I'm certain, looks okay at my end at the minute. We'll have to watch that. Be a bit of a heartbreak if the digger guys are going to be getting in the way of some good broadcast. Can't believe it. So an EasyJet Belfast flight on its way in. Baby bus A319. I think we'll go to that now. Avoid the temptation to go to the digger crew and see what they're doing to our signal. I'll have to trot over there and say you guys must be due a break. It is Friday and all that. I say the signal strength should be good here. I didn't get a chance to test it this morning simply because I was chasing time with the runway switch, but it's consistently strong here with the mast in the background. I was imagining the frowning at I was going to get from Ken and Alibi with 2 late starts on 2 days, particularly as I held forth yesterday saying I wouldn't be late today. Kind of tempted fate, didn't I? I'll just leave the camera there a minute, see what's going in the chat. Oh, I'll tell you what's happening. Mark nearly got himself a telescope moment. He'd forgotten about the ATR. Oh dear. Cool. Inching forward, good to go. like a Jet 2 traipsing out in the background. So it looks like we've got continuity of action, which of course that's what we want to see. Okay, I'm going to reset at this end, so stay with me. You may lose the picture for a minute. Let's just see how that goes. It has to be the digger, I think. Hopefully, folks, that will clear it, but we're just going to have to see. I'll try and keep an eye on the chat. 78 likes. Fantastic, folks. We're definitely in the Friday mood, aren't we? I'll try and keep it rolling at this end. I don't want to have to go for a reboot if I can avoid it, because I'm not sure to what extent it'll help us if it is these diggers. But it could just be one of those things. Mark 176, have a great day, mate, and thanks for pitching in. So yeah, got to get on with your day job. Have a good one, mate. Hope to see you tomorrow. At that, I'll have a quick look at flight radar. So it looks like we've got a couple of parked up planes. So lots of departure action pending, folks. We've got an Air Charter Scotland next in the queue after this Jet 2 flight, which is off to Gran Canaria. The business jet, no, the Air Charter Scotland is off to Oxford. That is a Cessna Citation and cripes, and a couple of EasyJets behind that. So it looks like we've got 4 on the spin. Trev Lyon, good morning to you, sir. Welcome back. You in the Friday mood, mate? It's hard not to be. Planes, sunshine. Right, let's find our Air Charter Scotland that is snuck somewhere over yonder. There we go. And as regulars on the channel will know, Mark has got a particular thing about bizjets on account of a repressed ambition to actually own one and travel the world. Euro lottery win, of course, highly necessary for that. gorgeous bit of kit. So this one, Cessna 525A citation CJ2, big name badge. Not a particularly long flight to Oxford. No doubt some shaker and mover on board. So, anybody that's recently joined us, welcome to Plane Sailing Aviation's Edinburgh live stream. Glasgow yesterday, Edinburgh today, Newcastle tomorrow. So 3 on the bounce. I'm Mark, your host, for those of you who don't know me. So thanks for taking the opportunity to join us. We really value your support. Hopefully you'll enjoy what you're seeing and want to hit the like button, want to subscribe. And of course, as we always say, well, I usually forget, but I'm reminded by my skillful moderators that hitting that notification bell is also quite important, as is filming planes when they start rolling. So all's good. Up early, as you might expect. I'm not going to chase him all the way up, folks, I don't think. Completely lost him in the sun. Ken, you can't give me a telescope for that. I need new eyes. Let's focus instead on our British Airways flight to London City in Embraer 190 SR. I'm with you, Andy C. Biz jets, they just look so cool. Thanks, Ken. You'll be unsurprised to know I didn't turn up with sunglasses, which is a bit stupid because even in the winter you need them here if it's a full sun day. But hey ho, we'll manage. There's not going to be that many things that go up that short during the life of the show. Yep, we're off. Oh, we're not. False start. I thought I detected a twitch, but grateful if somebody could just tell me in the chat if that glitching has stopped. Be useful to know. 87 likes, fantastic. 13 more for the 100. Just like the cricket, 100's a big thing. So if anyone's on the show and likes what they're seeing, give us that like, please. It's free. And of course, subscribing is also a good thing, also free. So unusually in life, there's a couple of good things there that will cost you nothing, but will just have so much power of, effect. Share the love, as they say. Right, we're off. Sorry about the digger in view. It's not quite pillar in view, is it? But so what looks like is happening next, we've got a Ryanair just starting its taxi out, or pick up where that's going shortly. And if we go to the left, look at that, we have an EasyJet departure, obscured partially by a very entertaining digger.
this EasyJet being an A320 on its way to Bristol. I can see something over the horizon as well. Not sure if that's been shouted in the chat, so apologies if I've double called it, but that should be a Ryanair flight incoming from Cork, as is customary, a Boeing 737. So that'll be the next arrival. I've got quite good visual on that. So this EasyJet 320 to Bristol, I would suggest, needs to get a wriggle on. And there you go. Right, I'll have to get a wriggle on here as well, because no sooner has he gone up our next one is on the way in. You can't fault Edinburgh when all the action's going in the right direction, can you? And the next, which very much looks like a Ryanair as well. Trev Lyon, thanks for the boost, mate. Yes, those likes and subscriptions, they all count. Les Donaldson, how you doing, buddy? Am I right in thinking you're at work? I think you said you were working today. Either which way, glad to see you. Thanks, Paul Usher, for confirming that things are good at your end. As I say, if we get any more glitching reappear, I'll try the manoeuvre I tried 20 minutes ago. It might just be one of those things we have to periodically do. We'll make it work. Dopey Gorp, good morning to you, sir. How's things? Great to see you, my friend. So we've now got 3 of our Fab 4 moderators in the house. Top class. Right, just casting my eye about. I think we might be into a slight pause. As I always say, excellent opportunity to get yourself a brew as we track our recovering Ryanair from Cork, I think I said, didn't I? We say that plane spotting is best enjoyed with a brew.
So don't forget, anybody new to Plane Sailing Aviation, we are going to be on air again tomorrow. Newcastle International Airport will be the scene of the action for tomorrow's show. Nice and early start. Weather forecast looked promising last I looked. Hope I'm not tempting fate. Newcastle does seem to have a habit recently of doing something slightly different to the Met Office forecast, but I'm looking forward to that, our Saturday show. So hope you'll be able to join us. Right, let's have a quick look-see in the chat. Jonas Gang, good morning to you. Hope everything's good with you. Thanks for joining us. Andrew Golddog, good morning as well. Sorry I missed you when you joined. I tried to do the best I can, folks, honestly. "96 likes on the clock, 4 off the 100. Absolutely outstanding. You are a great gang." Trev Lyon, got beer. Yeah, well, that's the other alternative. What do they always say? There are other refreshments available, and you are right. If you flip this over, particularly in the summer evening, I'm thinking one of those fruity ciders with some ice in it, or a cold Guinness. Now that I've rediscovered Guinness, courtesy of Dublin Airport. Ian Child, good morning from a gloomy Nottinghamshire. Surely not, mate. Surely not. Hoping the sunshine does arrive for you. Either which way, it's Friday, isn't it? So you've got the weekend. Hopefully you're not working. Oh my lord. One more like for 100. Who is going to be that person? Whoever clicks that, please say your name in the chat. Paul Usher, you're on water. So am I, mate. Well, when I've worked out where I've stashed it, I'm at that point now where I could probably do a little bit of do with a little bit of a refreshment. 100 likes, and here you go. Putting a bit of blood in my hands there. Thank you, in all seriousness. It does make such a difference. So let's see what we think's happening next. So the plane we're trained on at the minute is clearly waiting for a gate. That's Ryanair's Cork flight. In terms of arrivals here at Edinburgh, just having a quick look here. British Airways have a Heathrow flight in at 9:24. That's running a little bit late. And Flight Radar's just refreshing itself just as I look to go to the next. We have a British Airways, also 2 British Airways in from Heathrow. The earlier of the 2 is actually going to be 9:16. So small number of minutes. I'm assuming I'll be able to see it imminently. So stay with us, folks. Stuff to see. So 2 BAs from Heathrow on the bounce. One an A319 and the other looks like a 320. Good stuff. And Ryanair have their Brussels flight in at just past 9:30. Oh, preceded by EasyJet Stansted flight. So plenty of stuff happening on the arrivals front. My machine has just made that noise that says have a look. Oh my lord, I've received money. Okay, I've received a donation, £5 on PayPal. The person who sent it, can I just check, can you just say in the chat that you're okay for me to say your name over the air? It's something I'm cautious about because sometimes people
log in under a different name to their real name. So for absolute certainty, you know who you are. Would you mind just saying in the chat, and then I can give you due credit, because I am genuinely touched. Genuinely touched. Well, they're not in a rush to deboard this plane, are they? Let me just double check that, because really kind to donate, I just want to be certain that I'm not compromising somebody's preferred name and all the rest of it. Ah, thank you, Keith. I would have hated it if you'd left the show, or you know, didn't want to say, or whatever. Thank you, my friend. You know, you're a great friend to the show, and yeah, cheers, buddy. As I say, your company is all I ask for, with a like and a subscription. Anything above that, above and beyond. This is the bit usually where I get myself all muddled, because those good feelings you get are nice, aren't they? Thanks, buddy. And in the meantime, I see something on the horizon which can only be British Airways. I think it might be the A319 rather than the 320. I can't remember what I said. Yeah, it's a 319. So let's give you something else to look at. Not that Ryanair isn't lovely to Ryanair fans, but you'd like to see some stuff moving, wouldn't you? And we can lay that on for you here at Edinburgh. Look at this. You've even got digger action. So anyone on the stream who enjoys seeing groundworks in action, look at this. I shouldn't tease too much, should I? Otherwise my signal will start going. Oh! Go around. Wonder what changed the pilot's mind. There you go. We don't get that many go arounds here in the show, but I'll not take this one all the way around. Keith, someone's got to supervise. It's a good point, Tony McCall, because they did have some quite severe flooding, didn't they, earlier in the year? Yeah, I remember seeing that on the news right up to the runway. I think we were here a few days before, and I found that quite difficult to imagine. I'm standing on a big raised embankment, and you kind of imagine how full the river must have been for that to happen, but yeah. I think it disrupted operations, did it not? Right, with everybody's forbearance, I'm going to root around and pull out a snack bar. If it's too loud for you, shout out in the chat and I'll stop eating. I suppose I better quickly check how our vital signs all are in terms of battery and stuff. All looks good, team.
110 likes. We are cantering. Great support today. I get great support every day, but obviously it's nice to be able to combine our regulars with some new faces. So if you are new, welcome to Plane Sailing Aviation. I'm Mark, your host. Great to have you with us at gorgeous Edinburgh International Airport. I think the sun might allow me to do a quick pan without dazzling people. So if you look behind the terminal, it's a bit hazy, admittedly. I'll try and take it as steady as I can. No, I don't think we're quite there. Yeah, I can just make it out. So they are the gorgeous Pentland Hills in the background. The tower, of course, quite iconic. So from a backdrop point of view, this place is peerless. The reverse ops that they were running when I first arrived at the airport doesn't give you quite the same scenery, unfortunately, but still a great place to be. Mind you, I have to say, I thought that Glasgow yesterday was a great place to be. A little bit more traffic would have been welcome. Peter PDK, good morning to you, sir. How's things? Keith, that would be an interesting competition. I tell you what, chuck it out there in the chat. What do you think I'm eating? I'm not sure you'll get it. It is a snack bar, but these are the kind of lower calorie snack bars that Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation personally approves when she's doing the shopping. So there's no Mars bars on show here, sadly. Ken, I'm going to have to say it's the camera. Not the camera, should I say the microphone. The pickup on the mic's excellent. The downside is, if you're a bit of a chomper like yours truly, or a glugger, there's some unwelcome acoustic effects. I'll have to find a filter for that. And the good news is, I can see something arriving. So instead of listening to me gargle water, I can take you to some aviation action. So let's just check the running order. I think this might be the EasyJet Stansted flight, yeah, A320. So let's just take ourselves around, ready. Might catch a couple of unscripted trains. Frequently pass through the background. That's the Turnhouse end of the airfield, which a little bit further round to the, while we're waiting, a small village hamlet of Turnhouse. I'm trying to think where to find it. I don't know. Here we go. Yeah, which gave the name to the aerodrome when it was RAF Turnhouse prior to it becoming Edinburgh International. Might get a quick peek at the chat. Got a little bit quick for me. I'll just leave the camera pointing that way so we catch it on the way back in the absence of immediate action. Hugh Martin, good morning to you, Hugh. It's definitely a skinny bar, mate, in terms of calories. Keith, yeah, I'm not declaring anything on air on that one. I'll tell you what, Neil McGarity, it's not granola. Good shout though. Apparently granola are, is too calorific for my particular needs. So, in case I forget, because I've got memory like a sieve sometimes. It is a Sorin bar. I don't know if people are familiar with Sorin. You can get them in these little snack size ones these days. Quite light on calorie, reasonably tasty for the calories. Not quite as tasty as a granola type snack bar. Just gives up enough energy for about 10 minutes. And as they always say, other snack bars are available. I'm certainly not being promoted by Sorin. You can probably pick up some of the sounds of the voices from the chaps on the digger. I can hear some chit chat. We're saying, what's that chap doing with the tripod? Good question. Well, as lovely as that was, I think we need to get back to the incoming action. Which I'm assuming is British Airways. Not sure if it's going to be the go around. Now the go around is after this, so this is the other Heathrow flight, the A320, followed by the go around, who I can also see in my peripheral vision. Ken, are you still on the chat, mate? A mouldy Aztec bar from the 70s. Oh, I do apologise to those of you watching the show who won't know what that is. It's a specialist subject, really. Chocolate bars, snap bars, and so forth from the 70s. Golden age stuff. Aztec bar.
I was just saying the other day to somebody, I think, is it the Texan bar? Sure is a mighty chew. That was another 70s one. Alright, that's enough taxi action. Yeah, good times, Aztec. Oh dear, they were giving me the giggles. Apologies while I'm thinking about it. We got a lot of comments after yesterday's show and I've not had a chance to respond. That's just the fact I was bushed when I got back to the hotel. Shabby, I know, but I will put that right. When I get home tonight, I'll spot a tea. I can't wait to get into the comments and thank you for your support. Well, no drama this time round. While he is at the back of the world, let's try and pick up the A320, give you some action to watch. Something else on arrival, you'll be delighted to know. Sorry if it's been called in the chat. As you'll have worked out, I sort of dib in and dib out as best I can. So next arrival will be a Ryanair from Brussels, having taken off 1 hour 24 minutes ago, and that will be a Max 8 200, same variety that took me to Dublin recently. There we go. It's quite nice to see the Max 9 yesterday at Glasgow. I don't know what others in the chat that caught the show think, but I don't think I've picked up many Max 9s thus far. Probably at the Heathrow launch show back in January. Let's track back with our go around. First of the show, I suspect the only one of the show. There's something unforeseen rocks up. Looking for a berth and found one. Well, I suppose we better get to the departure end of proceedings. goes our 757. Snuck out nice and quietly. So back to the chat. Keith, no bother mate, you've been great support, very great support. Thanks for the PayPal donation, and if we get back and see each other later, great. If not, hope you can join us tomorrow. Either which way, thank you buddy. Les Donaldson, did not realise that Ryanair started with BAC 111s. Paul Usher, just looking backwards, yeah, fried chocolate cream, I love them too. Oh, proper throwback. I'm with you, Hugh Martin. I mean, obviously I don't live near to Edinburgh Airport, but I do enjoy the action and the smell of the airport, and to be honest, that's one of the things me and my son share now as adults. You know, it's a great thing to be able to share with your kids. I'm looking on the playback, it looks a bit stuttery for me. Are you guys and girls getting any stutter? I might elect to do a quick refresh if it's going to be problematic. Dopey Gorp, you don't know any of those breakfast bars? And long may that continue, buddy. There's not much good in that. Jeff W, Fry's 5 centres, they were nice too, yes. Do Fry's even exist as a brand anymore? I have this notion they were made in York, but I may be wrong. Paul Usher, love the 70s, hate the 80s. I love both, mate, if I'm honest. Jeff W, used to love Bar 6. I don't remember that, I don't think. Oh, I might do. Is it a wafer kind of thing? Chocolate coated wafer. There's Donaldson, 70s, long hair, platform shoes and flares, yeah. Probably less said about that side of the 70s, I reckon. Okay, Dopey Gorp, thanks mate. We'll keep a watching brief on that. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do while there is a pause. If it stutters anything, don't change it. I'm just gonna do a quick speed test. See if these guys are creating a problem for me. So it makes sense just to have a double check. I'm not anticipating any issues. Right, just got a test running. Hopefully that's not going to spoil our bandwidth. I'm not sure, Les. I've got a notion I might. If it's some kind of chocolate covered wafer, possibly, but I don't remember the orange wrapper, so maybe I'm just mistaken. Kinalloway, Afghan coats and cowbells. And Ian Child, yeah. Chopper bikes, choppers, what was it? Tomahawks and chippers. All different variations, I think, of that. You see, Dopey Gorp, I'm a bit of each really. I sort of remember the gorgeous summer of 1976 quite fondly, but the 80s was, I suppose when you get your first job and stuff, start growing up a bit with reluctance. Tomahawk bikes. Oh dear, choppers. Thing I used to like, and I don't know whether it's the same for kids now with downloads and stuff, because you can do all this stuff at home, was buying records on a Saturday morning, saving your pocket money up. In fact, when I had a paper round, nearly all my earnings went on music. Get yourself down to, well, there was 2 or 3 shops in Loughborough, my town, you know, Woolworths, I think, Woolworths, Boots, Smiths, all sold singles. And there was an independent seller, Castle Records, no longer in business. But yeah, that was the first priority Saturday morning. Sorry folks, I was just checking something. Yeah, the upload speed test is actually not as good as it usually is, so I'm wondering why that is. In fact, quite a bit less than it usually is. There's not a lot I can do about it other than potentially do the occasional refresh, which I may yet elect to do. I don't really want to tread the path we had at Dublin, where I had to close the broadcast and reboot it. We'll see. Paul Usher, you're right. Jimmy Osmond belting out his long-haired lover from Liverpool song. My sister used to have a poster on her bedroom wall, Donny Osmond. Boy, could I not stand that bloke. Just too cheesy. Or in those days, that's what I used to think. These days, not much fussed. Oh, for a time machine. And of course, from an aviation point of view, it was a fabulous time, weren't it? 70s in particular. So, teeing up next action, looks like our Raven Air Pilatus PC-12 is lined up behind the digger, which is why I've not seen it. Oh my lord. Here we go. And next action after that should be this Ryanair. actually. This is a telescope moment. Ken, I'm due a telescope, mate. What the devil's going on there? That's the recovering Brussels flight on its way to the terminal. I thought I missed one that was on its way to the gate. Right, well, while I get a grip, I'm just going to leave the camera wedged over towards the freight park. Dearie me. It's like I've got that Friday feeling. What is transponding is the Embraer 195 E2, the KLM return flight to Brussels. So with a little bit of traversing of the camera, use a few calories up from that cereal bar that I was munching my way through. And there you go. What a beauty. Thank you, Ken. It's not just about getting more than 100 likes, it's about Mark getting 3 telescopes during the course of the show for either miscalling something or entirely missing something. I think either are acceptable as a telescope defining moment. These always scrub up nice in the sunlight, don't they? For a KLM aircraft, it's not moving that fast either. So if you've just joined us, welcome to the show, our second of the week. Newcastle, this is Edinburgh, Newcastle tomorrow, Glasgow yesterday. So a pretty full programme of diversity for you all. Super weather here. For those who don't know me, I'm Mark, your host for Plane Sailing Aviation. So thanks for joining us. I'm hoping this digger crew knock off early because it's Friday. Isn't it that Poets' Day kind of thing? Which I'll not say out loud, but I think those of you who know the term will know what it means. Keeping it clean for the chat. I mean, look at that. It's just criminal. Although there's probably a JCB live channel somewhere in the world where you can watch live digger action from somewhere or other. Probably with 500 people watching live now or something. Probably a niche there. Good morning, Vicky F. How are you? Welcome to the show. Sorry if I missed your entry into the chat earlier. Draw out quite quickly on him because it's quite a long plane, and of course, as you can see, that has gone up pretty sharp. Not sure if it quite qualifies as a rocket, but it's gone up good and early, carting some good old Scottish fresh air back to Amsterdam, no doubt.
And next arrival, imminent, is an EasyJet from London Luton. Although, as I was reflecting yesterday in the chat, I don't really get the designation London Luton or London Stansted. Yeah, they're near to London, but where do you draw the line? London Birmingham? London East Midlands? Hope everybody's having a great Friday, that Friday feeling. Now there's a bar of chocolate that is generally associated with a Friday. See who shouts that one out in the chat. Which is a firm favourite of mine. Yeah, I'm with you, Quickening Cat and Dopey Gorp. I love the E2. It's a stylish bit of kit. Well, we're top and tail with EasyJets because I can see one on its way out. At the corner of my eye, it looks like a 319. I'll stay with the returning one, I think, first. Probably just saw the top of a ground ops vehicle. Looks like they're doing a quick runway check. Somebody's on finals. Which will be the Logan Air Southampton flight. An Embraer 145. Or ERJ 145 to give it its Sunday designation. Right, let's work our way to the action via this taxiing Ryanair departure. Right. Here we go. Scotland's finest, standing by. I wonder if that Twin Otter ever finished doing its twirls on the runway. Some kind of rudder fault. So it looks like we've got 3 little ducks in terms of outwards. Let's go to the front of the queue. See what, the workmen are getting a bit of a wriggle on now. So the plane that's partially obscured is a A319 on its way to Geneva. Oh, thank you, Tony McCall. So there were really passengers on board.
I was gutted it never went out on my watch. Absolutely gutted. Martin Gallagher, good morning to you. Simon Kirby, welcome back, mate. Delighted to have you back with us. Ken Alloway, thank you, mate. That'll be the Ryanair 737 to Dublin next out. I see we are encountering a little bit of buffering. Sorry folks, I'm not sure what else I can do for that one without potentially making things worse. So unless people feel it's worth rolling the dice, let's live for the odd bump along the way. Ha! Les Donaldson, I'm just going back one. The picnic, I've been wrestling with that one for the last 20 minutes. I kept coming up with a nutty, because I'm sure there was a nutty bar as well, but it was the picnic that I was actually after. Bit of railway action in the background of the 737. So, plenty of action yet to come, which is good. We have the Turkish Airlines A321, that is due in at around 10:45, which will be good to see. We've also got the Qatari 787 Dreamliner due in at 12:30. But in the meantime, let's enjoy watching Ryanair and its Boeing 737 go through its paces. We'll just rest up on a couple of British Airways aircraft. Vicky F, the buffering only seems to happen when the planes are right opposite you taking off, literally only a few seconds. That's probably, I'm going to guess now, but the signal here is a lot weaker than it usually is. So I'm imagining that all that metal moving in the air is creating some kind of electromagnetic disturbance. So yeah, thanks for that. That is good to know. I don't think there's anything I can do with that one. I'm just wondering what's up with the mast at the back here, whether it's actually switched off. The upload speed when I tested it a short while ago was half what it usually is. Let's talk chocolate, fruit and nuts. Oh yes, that is quality. Martin Gallagher, yeah, Texans. I'm saying earlier on in the live stream, it sure is a mighty chew. I think that was the strap line. Alibi 58, milk tray chocolate bar. You see, there's a rich heritage, isn't there, in chocolates and snack bars and stuff, particularly from yesteryear. Really is. Just having a quick look on the lycometer, 139, so bearing up on the 150. So thank you people for your kind support. Anybody that's with us who likes what they see,
please do give us your like. It doesn't cost you anything and does help us with YouTube. Same with subscription. You know, we'd love to have you with us. We're quite a new channel, we're quite small, and we're not looking to be gargantuan, but with YouTube it does help, as I think people know, if you attract likes and subscribers. So please do consider doing that for us. And of course we are in action tomorrow at Newcastle International Airport, so all good on that front. Weather forecast looks reasonable. You can remind me of that when I'm complaining about the drizzle that's come out of nowhere, but hey ho. So in terms of arrivals, I'm just having a quick look see at the clock. Ryanair's Copenhagen flight is due in at 10:19, so running late. I'm trying to work out what will be our next incomer. Looks like we might have a bit of a hiatus on that, so I think it will be the Ryanair Copenhagen flight, so there's a chance to get the kettle on, I think. Let's have a quick look see at the departure picture. There's usually a couple of periods around now of sort of 15-20 minutes where it slackens out, and of course flight radar, the minute I ask it to do something, it wants me to refresh it. Fantastic bit of kit though, really is. So I'm thinking 10:15 EasyJet would be the next departure action here, but let's just see. No, that's not true. We have a Ryanair to Shannon, which is due to go at 10 o'clock, so now ski. And that'll be followed at 10:15 by British Airways A320 returning to Heathrow, but that's 15 minutes late, I see. So yeah, departures out, Ryanair to Shannon 10 o'clock, EasyJet to London Stansted at 10:15. So we are in a bit of a pause. Ken with his tiffin bar. I can remember tiffins, I think. And Toblerone, well, you can't walk through a duty-free shop these days, can you, without seeing a Toblerone? Well, you always found them there anyway, but they seem to be quite personalised and niche now. Ah, just look at Alibi 58. Callard and Bowser Butterscotch Sweets. Oh yes, indeed. I'm Henry Arth. The camera lens is the camera lens that comes with the camera, mate. There's no extras or anything. It's just a bog standard Panasonic camcorder. Says on the outer it will zoom up to, I'm sure it said 200 meter times 32, 200 meters. Is that right? That can't be right. No, it says zoom. Just put my glasses back on properly. Ignore that. So long story short, it's not sublime at great distances, but it's a pretty good all-rounder. Peter E, how have I missed you in the chat? Highland Toffee Bar. I think I've heard of that one. Anyway, how are you, my friend? Del Mac, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. Just caught us in a little bit of a pause at the minute, but do stay with us. Martin Gallagher, Merry Maids. Now that sounds familiar, but I can't think why. I might be drifting my recollections into lollipops and stuff. You know, that's another fertile area for reminiscing, isn't it? Rock around the chocks and zooms and stuff like that. See, it's quite a big market, you would think, in retro sweets. But I think I was saying earlier, you can't beat the old thank crunchy it's Friday for a good confectionery strapline, can you? Associating it with a feel good moment in the week. Drumsticks, yes, I do remember those. I think you still make those, but I think my feelings, I'm not going to do a bit of nostalgia on first hand on that, otherwise it'll be a trip back to the dentist. So I'll just move the camera around. I think we'll revisit the freight park, although generally you don't see a lot of freight action during the day here. West Atlantic have a number of aircraft parked up on stand. I'm scanning the horizon left, right and centre to see what might be moving. Yes, I'm Henry Arth. It is with reverse ops, which I'm hoping we'll keep for tomorrow's live stream broadcast. So do join us if you can. It does give a nice and different angle, and from a point of view of takeoffs, the sound is absolutely excellent. The mic that I've got on the camera here, a Rode, what was it, video mic, can't remember, Rode video mic Pro. Anyway, it's sublime when it comes to picking up sound. Martin Gallagher Spangles, they used to come in all different flavours, didn't they, as I remember. Never tried a deep fried Mars bar. I don't get that one, if I'm dead honest. And Ian Child with his rumba bar. We could stock a sweet shop, couldn't we? We really could. Because I'm thinking that the drumsticks, they used to be like these other little rectangular jobs, fruit salads. Quite like those as well. Well, look, I think our signal strength might be improved for a little bit. You see, the chaps I've just caught on camera, they'll get in and they'll say to their partners, I've not stopped today at work. And if they are unlucky in this context, their partners watch them on this live stream, sort of pacing the day, as they say. Curly whirly, yes. Now we're talking, Trevline. I think they might still make curly whirlies. But you're right, they used to come really long. Can't remember if it's a foot. Well, you'll say it's a foot, it's a foot. Opal fruits made to make your mouth water. Except they didn't know. They made you thirsty, didn't they? Of course, what do they call them now? Starburst. It's a bit like marathons becoming Snickers and stuff like that. Right, I'm just going to rotate you around, folks. Just to give anybody that is unfamiliar with the airport a quick glance along the terminal. It's not the loveliest terminal, to be fair, from the outer. A couple of British Airways aircraft at stand, a 320 and a 319. The tower. And I'm squinting a bit now because the sun has moved a bit, but here's our Logan Air ERJ 42. Recently arrived from Southampton. Looks like there might be a bit of something going on there. You see, looking at Delmac's comment, marathon became Snickers. Other than you only need to print one type of wrapper, I never got that. Well, that's an interesting point, Vicky F. Curly whirlies are not the same. Not enough chocolate. Well, I'm not liking that. And the caramel too hard. Yeah, I'm not so keen on that then either. Shocking. Just shows you things aren't always what they used to be. P to E, you had a friend working airside on groundworks. Yeah, I can imagine the bureaucracy would be phenomenal. There's no margin for error, is there? You can't just be chopping through cables and stuff. Ian Child pitching in with old Jamaica. Yes. There used to be another one of that type, icebreaker, like a mint chip thing, which I quite liked. Fry's Turkish Delight, yes. It was a bit of a shock to me, you might say naive, to discover that Turkish Delight doesn't normally come with chocolate on it. You know, when friends have come back from Turkey or so forth, and it's got that, is it powdered sugar? And you know, obviously if you're familiar with Turkish Delight out of a bar of chocolate, well, yeah, still the same product, I suppose, at heart, in a fashion. Ken, you're right, bring it back to aviation. This is an aviation channel, not a confectionery channel. That is a good point you make. You've got an RAF C-130 Hercules doing circuits at Prestwick. You need to send it to Edinburgh, mate. It's in the wrong location. Les, catch you later, buddy. And yes, I have enjoyed my Scotland trip, although I would like a few planes moving around at the minute. I think our look's going to change shortly. Catch you later. Are you a 2 o'clock finish again, mate? Just looking at the clock, 146 likes, 4 short of 150. Must be 4 people on the show who've yet to make the move towards the like button. And if you can do that for me, I will in the meantime do what I'm supposed to do and find a plane to show you. Good old EasyJet. Look at that. Right on cue. Well, I said it wasn't going to be very windy here today, but wind has picked up. You might be able to pick that on the mic. So A320, which I'm letting go out of shot, shamefully, on its way to London Stansted. Next arrival will be a Ryanair 737 from Copenhagen, which is just entering the further forth. So thanks for sticking with me, folks. A little bit of a dry patch, happens most places, and we are back to the aviation on this fabulous Friday. Fabulous Friday. You know, I've not seen a soul down here today, other than the workmen, which I've panned onto a few times. Heard some dogs barking in the background. It's quite popular for dog walking, but I'm surprised that I've not seen anybody else. There's Turnhouse in the background, which gave the RAF base its name. Right, I'd imagine there'll be no ceremony. Let's go. And in the foreground it looks like British Airways are transponding cheerfully away. Of course I got the wrong one there. Don't think that qualifies as a telescope. Ooh, this does. Copenhagen flight nearly caught me out. I've been lulled into complacency. So that's full of folks returning from Copenhagen, or arriving. I suppose they'll all be returnees. I'm just going to rest the camera here, folks. I'm going to zip up. It has gone markedly cooler. That's the difference once the sun goes in. Ken Alloway, spot on, mate. You've got an emoji for every day of the week. Okay, Ken, you're entirely right. Is there consensus on the chat? I'm with Ken. I'm good with a minute's silence. Grateful if somebody can keep me on the straight and narrow. Ken, you could be that person, I think, if you wouldn't mind. Just to remind me. So yeah, we'll do that. I think that's entirely appropriate. I don't think that's a point of contention or even being, I don't think it's political, although you're right, you have to think about it in that context. Yeah, we'll do a minute at 11. That'll be my pleasure. Paul Usher, thank you mate for your support. Yes please folks, let's keep the clock ticking along. Subscriptions really welcomed and likes thoroughly enjoyed. And of course a good old notification bell keeps you in our loop, which is what we want. Channel's nothing without its viewers, and to make sure that you know what's going on, that notification bell I believe works more often than it doesn't. Not flawless, but you can stay in touch. Of course, you won't need the notification bell to tell you that we are live streaming from Newcastle tomorrow morning, starting around 7:45. To be honest, if the daylight's good enough, I'll fire the kit up a little bit earlier, if there's something to catch. Because you know what happens, you say 7:45 and then planes arrive early, and then you've got the show opening with no planes. One of life's little challenges. I'm getting the Glasgow experience again today. When the sun's out, gorgeous. The minute the sun's off, wow. That feels like 3-4 degrees. I think they say the weekend's going to be a lot chillier, don't they, with that pivot towards northerly wind. They are not kidding. Oh, Trev Lyon, that's very snazzy, mate. I've just caught, well, my eye caught that while I'm tracking this Ryanair. Yes. I passed a car on the way from Glasgow to Edinburgh yesterday, and that was done out in yellow and blue. Pretty eye-catching. I couldn't see me going that way in terms of my car, if you like. It's a bit too loud, but made a very good point, I think. Hugh Martin says, looking pretty quiet on flight radar. Yeah, we could do with that really about 11 o'clock. Just dovetailing with the silence.
I think our action is more likely to be departure in the shorter term. Right, come on British Airways, give us something to warm us up. Thank you. So helpful, British Airways. And do you know what? While I've been talking, we have cruised north of 150 likes. So thank you, folks. Genuinely touched. Thanks. Great support. In fact, we're now bearing down on 160. Do you know what, Alibi? I didn't get my square sausage. There was one thing I overlooked in terms of making my arrangements for the today and yesterday. The restaurant at the hotel, I don't know if they had square sausage on the card, but 7 o'clock they opened, whereas 7 o'clock is when I was tootling off here. Looks like I'm going to have to revisit that one another day. So this plane is on its way back to Heathrow. I have to say, you can't fault British Airways' regularity of service to Heathrow. Very well connected. As you'd expect, it's their hub, but nevertheless. And we've also got a Ryanair transponding away. It's the returning flight to Shannon, so that's all good. So we've got a couple of departures shaping up, so all good on that front. Well, do you know what? I think our digger men are done for the day. Let's just check they're not hiding in the... They've not dug foxholes or something. Oh. They'll do for me. Although they might have parked up the left-hand one a little bit more sympathetically. But hey ho. I think that'd be asking a bit much. Right, we have some arrival action, as I'm sure has been shouted in the chat. Sorry folks, on its way in is a Raven Air PC-12 from Belfast. So we'll stay with British Airways for the minute. It's a bit easier on the eye rather than squinting. Andy C, catch you later mate. Cheers for your support buddy, much appreciated. Thanks Alibi, I knew the incomer had been called. In fact, let's go to it now because those landing lights look fantastic. It's like it's got 4 machine guns blazing away. Lovely stuff. Right, let's see where our departing A320 has got to. Sorry folks, I'm just adjusting the tripod. Seems to have moved during the show. How that's possible, I'm blown if I know, but we'll film this one departing and then I'll try and do things properly. I think it's the foreleg on the tripod. There's like a steep embankment full of brambles, which is where that's poked. I think it's just consolidated itself and packed things down a bit. Hey ho. Yeah, I'm definitely on the land, if you're familiar with that saying. Right, just bear with me folks, I'm just going to chew things up. Sorry if you've lost me momentarily. Right, is a name that I probably won't say correctly, but I will try with earnestness. Per Tarnstrom. Hi to you in Sweden. Thank you for joining us. How's things there? Very much welcome to the show. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before, so welcome to our channel. Delighted that you've chosen to watch us. Hugh Martin says Istanbul and Paris arrivals soon. Yes, I think Air France were due in around 10:30 or thereabouts, and Turkish were due in at 1:15. So good to know that they sound like they are making advertised time. No loitering. I've just seen your comment, Ken, about them going to get some rolls on square sausage rolls. I'm guessing you're talking about our workmen. Maybe they'll look after me and bring me something back. Alibi 58, storing away black pudding in the fridge for later. Alibi, I cannot do black pudding. I love a cooked breakfast, but black pudding, I just can't do it.
And staying with Alibi, we have our Turkish Airbus A321neo on its way from Istanbul incoming. And actually, I've got visual, Ali. I've got visual, but I've got some tripod pester today by the look of it. I think a further adjustment may well be needed. Anyway, one thing at a time. Turkish Airlines A321neo, which, as I was saying earlier, was listed as a triple when I was checking flight radar yesterday. Boy, did I get that frisson of excitement. Ah, he's feeling the wind, isn't he? I think someone said earlier in the chat about a tad of crabbing. Right folks, I'm going to have to sort this camera out because it's bugging me, so just bear with me. Thanks for your indulgence, good people. So let's get our Air France baby bus on camera, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. A beautiful sight, I think we can all agree. I think we'll just loiter there, pick him up on the way back. Just watching the time, keep an eye on the 11 o'clock. Silence. Tell you what we're doing, that's let's take the more immediate prospect of the Turkish Airlines A321. Take a quick snap. And another one, just for good luck.
Well, as that turns in, our Air France baby bus is scooting up at a decent rate. Quick snap fired off. Just gorgeous. Quickening cat, yes, cute tiddler. Well, big tiddler. Alibi 58, Chewy Boeing 737 MAX 8 turning into finals. Spot on, mate. I will remain vigilant. Usually when you call it, it virtually appears into my line of sight, which it just has. There you go, mate. Fantastic. Nell W, 1 hour ahead of us. Yeah, but you get into the weekend first. It's all good. Tony Rivers, good morning to you. Sorry I missed your entry into the chat. Thanks for joining us. I'm just going to have a quick check on power, folks, while we've got a gap. Sorry folks, I reset us there. I thought we were buffering, which we probably were. Certainly were when I'd finished. Bye-bye. Right, let's get our Chewy 737. He's also feeling the wind a little bit. She.
Christopher Cotton. Good morning to you. Hope you're enjoying Friday and grateful that you're choosing to spend it, or at least some of it, with Plane Sailing Aviation. So let's get back to this. So this plane arriving from Birmingham. Not sure if it's a positioning flight or one of those bus stop type flights. Looks like Logan Air are pushing back in the foreground. Not sure where that aircraft is bound for. I'll catch that in a bit. I'm sure that's been shouted in the chat. So looks like we've got some continuity of action, you'll be relieved to know. I think I'm going to go for a power swap out in the next sort of 5 minutes or so. I'll just track this Chewy arrival, and now I think we'll swap across to Scotland's finest. There we go. Delta are pinging away, and the reason is, sorry folks, I seem to keep kicking the tripod today. I set it up in such haste that it's not quite optimised for how I like things, hence the problem where we got a bit lopsided earlier on. Too much haste, not enough speed. So this beauty is on its way back to New York. 172 likes I see. Fantastic. Thank you folks. Right, I think we'll go a little bit longer on the power. I think we'll take these two. So yeah, likes help us with YouTube, subscriptions also, and if you hit the notification bell, you'll stay plugged into anything that we're broadcasting or our regular community posts where we try and keep you up to date with what we're up to. It's all about you, the viewer. But the way YouTube works, it's also about the numbers in that sense. I'm not seeing this plane at all on flight radar. I don't know if anyone has any insight as to where it's going. Sorry if it's been called and I've missed it. Wonder if we'll catch a train in the background. You often get a train photo bombing the shot, don't you? Railway line slightly above the top of the fuselage. Makes a great shot when it happens.
Sorry folks, a bit too lively on the switch there. Not the greatest bit of camera work, sorry. Right, one of the stars of the show. Just going to fire a quick snap off. Sun's catching it so well. It's almost certainly going to be a thumbnail for a future show. Showtime! Right, I think I'm going to go for that power swap out. Ken, battery change imminent, my friend. Don't pick up, you're right. Good old Smoky Joe. They sure don't make them like that. Not anymore. Right. Let's see where everything is. Power on. Uh-oh, an action incoming. Crikey. Nearly caught me out. Well, that's the laptop juiced up to the end, or should be the end. Peter E says lagging a bit. I'm not sure if that is when the plane's passing me, as I think, I can't remember who it was that said earlier. Yeah, sorry folks, I don't think I've got a way out of this. If it goes to straight buffering, then I have. Sometimes, looking at Nell W's comment, sometimes yes, if I take a picture it will stutter, and I did take a couple of the Delta, but I know someone was saying that sometimes they get a bit of a stutter when the plane's actually passing my position, and I think that might reflect the fact that the signal strength is relatively poor today, certainly a lot poorer than I'm accustomed to. Makes me wonder whether the mast behind me is working at full power, because it's not normally an issue. It's a shame really, because you can normally hang your hat on the signal strength in this location. Ken, thank you mate. That was a nip and tuck moment, wasn't it? Me faffing around with batteries. I had a quick look at the horizon, couldn't see anything. But you're right, if I'd got the telescope on it, I probably would have seen it. Trouble is, well, the thing is, you don't want to change your power too quickly and leave unused juice, but leave it too late and you're just tempting a different problem, aren't you? So how are we doing relative to 11 o'clock? I make it 10:51 at this end. So anyone that's joined the show, we are going to observe a minute's silence in respect of the Ukraine conflict, which I think has been widely acknowledged, commemorated, whichever the right term is, nationally. I know there's something happening in Edinburgh today for exactly that purpose. We don't do politics on this show, but equally there are some things which I think most people would say it's, you know, appropriate. I mean, we're not affected in quite the same direct way as the Ukrainian people and the Russian people, if you want to think about those who have to do the heavy lifting, but it affects everybody else worldwide in other ways anyway, doesn't it? Anyway, back to the show. So does everything else seem to be in the right place? It kind of does, so that's good. Tony Rivers, Airbus A400 due at 1742. Is that here? And who's operating that? I know the military have got some A400s, haven't they? I'll be safely back in Northumberland by then, although my camera's not going to pick it up in the evening twilight. A couple of spotters to my right now, so I'm no longer on my own here, which is nice. 180 likes, or as the darts fraternity would say, 180! So right folks, bit of Friday euphoria. Bearing down on 200, a double 100, double ton. Hopefully we'll be able to do that by show end. Let's have a quick look and see what is coming up, folks. Hope everybody is looking forward to that weekend. Looks like the weekend started early at Edinburgh. Just about to start finals. We have an Aer Lingus ATR 72-600 from Dublin, from the Emerald Isle. So super stuff. Action incoming, folks. Couple of minutes. No time to put the kettle on. No time to move a muscle. Nell W, your husband is indispensable to the show. Yes, please put him on standby for 201. I've got that number reserved for him. Absolutely. Let's have a closer look at the action.
as they deboard the plane. Canal away, 5-minute alert, fantastic. So, the way I figure this to work is that the Aer Lingus incomer will come through. I'm going to, it's 4 minutes now till the time, I'm going to take it without commentary from them folks, so I will literally bring her down, park the camera up, and 11:01 we'll start the chit chat back up again. Hope everybody is comfortable with that. Seems the right and appropriate thing to do. So please stay with the show. Whatever you do, don't leave us. Friday wouldn't be the same without you. But right, in which case I will go to camera only. See you, or speak to you at 11:01. Okay, back to business. Thank you folks, beautifully observed in all corners. So Alibi 58, Aer Lingus incoming mark, let's get to it. Still a little bit far out for us at the moment, but that will change very quickly. Well, actually that's a stale comment. I've just realised this will be a British Airways A319 arriving from London Heathrow. Sorry folks. After the minute's silence, I'd almost forgotten I was actually live streaming. Funny what reflective thinking can do. Okay, let's see what's occurring. So we have a Logan Air about to line up over the Firth, an ATR 42500 from Sunborough, having taken off 53 minutes ago. That will be our next arrival, pursued I think by the Ryanair 737 from Stansted. So, continuity of action folks. Alan T, welcome back from Hinckley in Leicestershire. How are you my friend? Has that sun broken through yet? For the most part, it's been a gorgeous day here. The minute the sun's out, temperatures are really pleasant. The minute the sun disappears behind a cloud, you're reminded that you're still in February. Quite a few spotters now appeared on the embankment here, which is nice. Right, let's get to our Logan Air arrival. I think this will be the first ATR 42 of the show. I stand to be corrected. I think we're doing okay on 72s.
So something different for tomorrow's show at Newcastle. Decent prospect of reverse ops, which will give us a whole different ball game in terms of takeoff sound. So you'll want to see that, or want to hear that more accurately. And my son is also joining the broadcast, although he's very much avowedly in the background. He will be with me at Newcastle. I'm probably going to put him on the camera for a bit, get him to do some camera work, let me stay in the chat. I'm always saying I'd like to spend more time in the chat. Alan T, not yet, overcast. Okay mate, well perhaps you want the sunshine for Saturday and Sunday if you could choose. So next in, Ali Bai 58, spot on mate, a Ryanair Airbus 319 from Stansted. Ryanair Airbus? You've got me confused. Boeing 737? You're just toying with me, Ali. Yes, Simon, that was a bit, struck me as a little bit bouncy. I thought I'd watch that back later. Didn't want to call it prematurely. Yeah, I think a 4 out of 10 seems about right. Good morning, Marvin 5861. How are you, my friend? Welcome to the show. FPL Matt, good morning to you as well. Surprised we're not filming from the mound. Well, direction of travel being what it is, I was that side earlier on for 06 arrivals, but they've swapped back, so everything's now arriving from the east. And to be fair, the mound, as great as it is for pictures and stuff, last time I went there the mobile signal wasn't very good. I had to move more across towards the showground. Right, let's move towards our Ryanair 737. It's a great spot though, the mound. I did a test broadcast from there, I'm going to say November, December, when we were making ready for the official launch. And intuitively you would have figured you get a good signal, but trust me, signal wasn't there. To be honest, from an arrivals point of view, this is my favourite spot, but in terms of takeoffs, definitely the mound. If you were there purely as an aviation watcher as against live streamer. Get some great shots. As I'm fond of saying, it's a great location, this. It really is. Ken Alloway, telescope. You can't have too many telescopes on this stream. Alibi 58, don't worry mate, I think that's the only time cut and paste has caught you out. If you think about the number of planes I've miscalled, or helicopters that I've said are light aircraft, or vice versa. But, you know, a telescope from Ken, they are to be treasured mate, they're not given out to anybody. That's what Ken tells me anyway. 8 more likes for 200. Now W, get Mr. W ready, Mr. 201. Just need another 8 people to decide they like what they see enough to hit the like button. That'd be great if they could do that. Bring up the double 100. Alibi. EasyJet A320 from Milan in next. Now you're not teasing me, are you? It does sound like the kind of arrival we might be expecting. Any word on our Qatari Dreamliner? Is it making good time, I wonder?
certainly having a quick look see on the deck. Ryanair have a Venice flight that is transponding away, so that's good. And, sorry folks, I'm supposed to be showing you some action, aren't I? It's a 737, the Stansted flight recovering to gate. Got a fair scoot on actually. I think KLM would be quite envious of that. Trev Line, thanks for your stellar support, mate. Similarly, Ali by 58 and Ken, in fact everybody, and I mean that. Show is the sum of its parts. Great moderators, peerless moderators. I know each channel will say their mods are the best, blah blah blah, but I've got with me on this channel 4 of the very best. Top draw, and in terms of viewers, it's a top class of viewer, one and all, so thank you. So Alibi's nipped off, Ken's got control, super stuff. Yes, Marvin 5861, it does seem that Loganair are replacing the Saab 340 in the summer for the newer generation of ATR 72. Interesting stuff. Chris Horsfield, good morning. Welcome to the stream, my friend. What part of the world do you hail from? Ken, I think I've just spotted, as you will be spotting now, our Venice Ryanair departure. Just inching into view, right hand side of the screen. Our EasyJet Milan flight, the A320, is fast closing to the point where we're going to pick him up. 2 more likes for 200. Is that going to happen before the EasyJet hits the tarmac? Now that's an interesting question. Usually the milestone likes nearly always happen when I'm looking at the screen, as in filming rather than watching the numbers. Right, time for a spot of EasyJet, I think. There's 25 minutes left on the camcorder, so that'll be another battery change, which will take us through to the show end. I'll alert you, Ken, when you need to press all the warning buttons. From the right to the left. Ryanair lines itself up. Off to Venice. Packed no doubt with excited weekenders. Not been to Venice myself, to be honest. Although I've not been to a lot of places. Oh, hang on a minute, I feel I've missed something here. Chris Horsfield, about 15 foot to... Chris, hi! I wonder what I was missing there.
I think Chris must be the closest person that I've ever asked their location in the history of my live streams, without a shadow of doubt. Usually people say, oh, well, I don't know, Eastbourne or Leicester or some such. But I can see somebody turning in on finals. So the incomer will be the EasyJet A320 from Paris Charles de Gaulle. I think the controller's been holding this plane just to make things a bit more interesting with the EasyJet on finals. Right, end-to-end stuff at Newcastle, no that's tomorrow, Edinburgh International Airport. That's the trouble with 3 live streams back to back, in the end you just forget where you are. All lovely locations. I bet the Ryanair will be barely vacated by the time this gets down. Oh. I wonder about, he's already gone off into the air, not taxied out. Right, so it appears that Air France will be shortly to grace us with their outward movement. So that's where we're going to rest the camera. Oh, 201 is up. That's got to be Mr. W. Nell W. I am so impressed, and even more impressed with Mr. W because Mr. 201 twice. That's a stellar service he's performing for the stream. Thank you both, in all seriousness. Alan T, you've got some stuttering. It probably isn't your end. It's dogged us at different points of the stream. Oh, and my Air France has snuck away. I think we get intermittent glitching, particularly when planes are actually swooping past the position. That seems to be the latest theory. The mast at the back of me doesn't seem to be giving us quite the upload speeds that we're familiar with. There's a couple of other workarounds I haven't used on, but I figured it was better to live with the intermittent glitches. Sorry about the pause there, folks. The wind has just moved a couple of bits for me. You can probably hear on the mic it is getting a bit blowier. Although I can say with certainty we've had windier times here. Alan T, I just don't see me climbing that mast. I'm not sure what I'd do when I got there. Although I'd obviously like to steal everybody else's bandwidth. If that was viable, I'd definitely be up for a slice of that. The reason I think there's something about the mast perhaps not being at usual, I think we pick up sometimes an intermittent electronic whine when we're here, and by sort of deduction it seems that that could well be the mast when the wind's in a particular direction. You can't pick it up with the naked ear, but of course the microphone does the service for us. Doesn't that plane look beautiful in the sunshine? Taking a very leisurely stroll out. No rush. It's Friday. Just waiting for the nod. Gives me a chance to have a quick look, see what else is happening. Chris, have you got the arrival time?
I have now, yes.
Excellent. You can't beat a show as interactive as this. What is it, my friend? What time is it?
12:30.
12:30, so it's coming in on time, yeah? Okay, well that's good to know. 12:13. Ah, so our Dreamliner is going to be the best part of 15 minutes early. Always better to be early than late, says the man who's been late for the last 2 live streams consecutively. I put it to you that I will be on time for tomorrow's start. 7:45 at Newcastle International Airport. Reverse ops, fervently hoped for. Sounds like they've been running them today. Lovely. So what's happening here? Boarding, I would have thought. Yep, sure enough. Folks, back to London. Paul, are you going to be at Newcastle? Very good. Can't wait. Weather forecast last I looked was okay. So without rocking that boat. Unlike me rocking the camera there, sorry about that, folks. So butchers at what's to be expected next. Feels wrong being here without a Lufthansa arrival. Ah, we've got a little bit of BizJet action, which I can just see over yonder. Bear with me, folks, I might get a quick picture off on this, so apologies for the stutter. My fetish for BizJets. Be another snap in a second, folks. Just waiting for the right backdrop. Better take a banker enter. And then one more for the scrapbook. There you go. Thanks, folks.
And that is a Gulfstream G500. Operated by Elite Avia Malta. Very good. Doesn't look very full, does it? And away we go. He's stealing a few yards ahead of the official go ahead. Mind you, this is going to go up like a rocket. So it did. Alan T, Gulfstream G500 used 2020, 40 million. Out of my league, mate. Haven't they got any older ones? Mind you, I probably couldn't afford the maintenance costs. Trev Lyon. It is a Batman plane. I was thinking about the livery. Relatively unusual. Nell W, expensive sunglasses indeed. And as Ken points out, a rocket bizjet. I think they were flying an awful lot of fresh air on that one. I wonder if it was a positioning flight. Alan T, do you reckon they have any on eBay? I'm working on it from the other end. I am going to try for the big Euro Millions win next time there's a prospect of one. And then I am going to, if not buy myself, lease myself one for my around the world tour. We'll take plane sailing, aviation, all over the place. So, what do we expect to see next? Our Turkish Airlines A321 is transponding away, which is good to see. Due to go out at 11:35, so let's move the camera there. Let's trust on Turkish punctuality. And I see something else transponding. the British Airways A319 that I was fixed on is actually not the one I was fixed on. That's not a 319. There's a 319 transponding away straight in front of me, and it looks like Raven Air are shortly to move their PC-12 onwards. It just says on flight radar NA to NA, but they're going somewhere. We'll stick with Turkish for the minute. They are due. Oh, lovely jubbly. Apologies if this has already been called in the chat. We have an Eastern Airways ATR 72-600 over the Firth of Forth at the minute. A couple of minutes out, so spot more turboprop action. And whereas we get Eastern Airways, should I say, at Newcastle, we don't get the ATR 72 very often. So quite looking forward to that. So all looking pretty good from continuity of action. I think there's an EasyJet crossing the coast at Musselburgh, which will probably be our second one in. That's an incoming Geneva flight, A320. So we have a couple of incomers and at least 3 outgoers, all likely in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So plenty. So thanks for bearing with the pauses in play. One of the hazards of live streaming, I think, pretty much everywhere, bar probably Manchester and Heathrow, certainly Heathrow. You get these gaps in proceedings. Well, I'm thinking the 319 back to Heathrow is going to beat the Turkish, so let's move the camera there, take you to where it's happening. There we go. I've got this funny feeling, and it'll seem daft, but I'm going to go home with some kind of suntan at the end of today. When the sun's on you, it just feels quite strong. Spring sunshine. And it goes behind a cloud, and you're reminded that it's February. Well, I can see our ATR, Eastern Airways, on finals. I'll pull away in a second on that one. In fact, let's go there now. Gonna have to go for a battery change on the camcorder after this one. It's going to be an under pressure one, Ken, when you hit the gong for me. So we'll park this Eastern Airways up and I'm going to go straight for a change because I've got 6 minutes left. I don't want to really find out how accurate that is. It's a bit like the fuel gauge on your car, isn't it? I mean, these days they look phenomenally accurate, but you don't want to test the calibration out too much. So, Turkish Airlines have pushed back. There's visual proof, so folks, that one's going to be going out pretty soon. Not before this British Airways. Oops, I've overshot. There we go. This British Airways A319 wends its way back to Heathrow. and the incoming EasyJet flight is now clearly in my line of sight, which is super fandabidozy. Stealing somebody's punchline. Sorry I've not been in the chat as much as I should be. Simon Kirby, yes, there was a stream at Chester the other day for the Blue Goods. I think that was Mac Aviation, if I remember correctly. It's on my catch-up horizon because I want to take myself there myself and capture some of this firsthand. Such amazing planes. You really question how it's possible for them to fly. Certainly when loaded. Super engineering. So here's our Geneva flight. And I really will do the battery change after this one, folks. I've had one of my senior moments and forgotten I was going to do it. There's always something new to catch the eye here, isn't there? Well, I think that ATR's just nipped by a bit too quick for me there. It's really scooted up. Hey ho. Gonna fire a quick picture off, folks. Right, battery change. I've got the red, it's all come up red on the screen now, so it's not mucking about. Ken, hit the gong. That rustling is not me eating a snack bar, for the avoidance of doubt, team. So the screen will go blank, back in a jiff. Oh, that was pleasantly surprising. Brian Clark, I've just spotted your super chat. So generous. Love the stream from Brian and Linda in Coventry. Really feel the love there, my friends. Thank you so much. So humbled. Thank you very much. And as I always say, folks, this just goes straight back on the next away fixture. Every penny. Absolutely cock a hoop. Thank you. Audrey McDonald, I've just spotted you in the chat. Sorry if I've missed your entry earlier. Hope's all good with you in New Biggin and the sun is shining. Yeah, that is fantastic, Brian and Linda. Thank you so much. In fact, I've just realised I'm doing you a disservice now. I'm failing to film the planes that you are hoping to see. Just bear with me. I get excitable. Veterans of the channel know that. Showtime. So battery wise, everything's changed. We should be go to the show end at about 1 o'clock, maybe 1:30 if we've got things to film. Let's zoom in on our returning EasyJet Geneva flight. Just going to rest the camera there so I can drop back in the chat. Summits on arrivals. Ken Alloway, thank you sir. Our Dreamliner 30 minutes out. Cannot wait. Alibi, thanks buddy. British Airways A320 from London Heathrow, next in. I have visual. $215 likes on the clock. Will we get to 250 by show's end, I ask? Oh crikey, I've just, never mind likes, what about some action? I've just seen Turkish Airlines breaking cover with their A321 Neo on its way back to Istanbul. I was momentarily distracted because I can also see an Aer Lingus ATR 72 taxiing out. It's a bit like having a sugar rush. And completing the sugar rush, the British Airways A320 that Alibi called out a short while ago is now very much in my line of sight. So we'll break off from the Turkish Airlines A321 in a jiff. I do love the Turkish livery, simple but effective. Looks absolutely fabulous on a triple. Right, enough of the livery watch. Let's have some good old fashioned British Airways action. Right, end-to-end action. Sorry folks for the fast panning. So it looks to me like the Turkish Airlines might be giving way to this ATR. Maybe it's not, we'll see. Audrey, Chester is something I want to do, definitely. It's just how you bundle it up. I'm not sure, as much as I'd love to go and film live stream at Manchester, there's much margin in that, because as we know from our own chats, there's plenty of people streaming there. We'll just be filming the same stuff. Liverpool has caught my eye as something different. Some bird scaring going on by the sounds of it. I'm just checking my screens. No, there's no giving way going on, so here we go. Somebody else on finals at the minute, so looks like the digger men are back. There's me thinking they were done for the weekend. Right, back to the end-to-end stuff.
I have to confess I'm not entirely sure what this is. I'm sure it's been called in the chat. I'm guessing it's an EasyJet of some sort. Just recognise the flash of orange at the front, so hey ho. And this is an incoming Bristol flight. Okay, certainly has been a bit of a surge in action, so I think Aer Lingus will be next to go. Somewhere behind that digger. Come on digger guys, give us a break. Clyde Wotton, sun in Scotland, never. Honestly mate, it is to be seen to be believed. Sun in Glasgow yesterday, well for some of yesterday, sun for most of the morning. Really makes a difference. Some more railway action in the background, as you will see imminently. Oh my lord! Thanks Chris. Completely and utterly mugged. This will be the Raven Air. Not quite sure where it was going. I've seen it listed. PC12. Spot on. Spot on. Now you don't sound local to here. You up here spotting, travelling?
No, I live in Bathgate.
Bathgate. Okay, so you're an expat then. You know, you might be right. John Tarrant, just spotted you in the stream, mate. Sorry I've not got there sooner. So, all ready to return to Dublin. We just need ATC to give the nod. Just checking there's no more interlopers. Thanks, Chris. I'm absolutely spoilt on today's stream. I've got Chris Horsfield 10 yards to my right. Yeah, close enough. Extra spotter. Sorry? Oh right, he's run his stream, he's run his data out watching the stream. That's a good cause though. Signal's been a bit erratic at times anyway for the upload. It's usually pretty good here for when I'm lucky, perhaps, in that sense, I don't know. Just checking the runway. Can't see an inspection going. Peter E, I hope I've not missed you, but thanks for dropping in, my friend. Cheers for your support, and catch you at Newcastle tomorrow. Oh, there we go. Yep, Newcastle tomorrow, folks. 7:45. I bet this will go up nice and sharp. So we are currently trained on our British Airways Embraer 190 SR on its way back to London City. Might get the train in the background if I pick the camera up a tidge. There we go, look at that, skimming over the top. So, do you come and spot up here a lot then, Chris, or? And where did you cut your teeth spotting planes? Heathrow? Yeah. I mean, it's where I cut my teeth. My grandparents live round the corner. We live up in Leicestershire, but they live round sort of Bedfont, Hatton Green, round there. So a lot of time spent watching planes, and once you've acquired the habit, it's hard to shed, isn't it? Oh, I couldn't. I something of an aviation addict. No, it's different. I love the setup here, the scenery, the backdrop. And when we get into the summer season as well, we'll get a bit more of the transatlantic and stuff. Yeah. Well, somebody's on their way in, which I'm sure has been called in the chat. EasyJet Amsterdam, A319, Kushti. Sorry folks if I am neglecting the chat, because that's not my intention. So trying to catch up as best I can. Keith Winter's back with us, super stuff. Your wife finds your interest amusing and said yesterday, wait till I tell the boys, open to offers. Very good. Paul Usher, no diggers tomorrow hopefully. I'll be staggered if we have diggers at Newcastle. Of course you will remind me of that if it turns out that we do have diggers. Dopey Gorp, cheers mate, let's keep looking towards the 250. It will be lovely if we can get it. No worries if we don't. You've been a great audience. It's been a pleasure to broadcast for you. But if we can get there before the Qatari 787 got in, that would be fantastic. In the meantime, let's take some incoming action. So the incoming EasyJet flight from Amsterdam, which is where we'll be taking our show on the 18th and 19th of March. You'll hear me mention that quite a bit between now and then, because I'm extremely excited.
and I'd hope to be able to share that with you all. We're going to do a double header on the Saturday, Sunday, so hopefully that will appeal. I think we'll go straight back to pick up our British Airways Embraer on its way to London City. See somebody else in the far yonder on arrivals. Final, should I say. Trev Lyon, thank you mate for throwing your weight in as well in terms of giving us a like. Clyde Wootton, no notifications. Sure, I'm looking at actually just changing subject. We had a bit of stutter there as well, didn't we, with that arrival. Oop. Back to the planes. Good stuff. We'll just go to our British Airways plane. Quite a few planes bleeping away at the minute. So this is actually on its way back to Heathrow. Airbus A319, and without further ado is our Norwegian 737 arrival. I'm very proud to report we actually have a subscriber with the channel who's a first officer with Norwegian. I won't name check him in the commentary because obviously I don't know whether he would want that, but it's nice, as we found yesterday with Liam in the tower at Glasgow. It's nice when people who work in the aviation industry actually watch your stream and enjoy what we watch and what we do. So what else have we got? Just looking on the movements on the ground. So we talked about the baby bus on the way to Heathrow. We've seen the EasyJet incoming Amsterdam flight. I see somebody else on finals at the minute, so that sounds like the place to go. And that will be a Eurowings A320. I think some of you will have seen in the week we managed to catch the Europa Park Eurowings A320 at Newcastle. Been after that one for a while. It's no showed us before, where it's been listed on flight radar and then a different plane's turned up on the day, but earlier in the week it turned up. So if you've not seen that clip, do check it out. It's quite a striking livery, been around a while, but we don't get many specials in Newcastle. This is just the standard Eurowings livery.
Looks like the Norwegian is going to hold. Now that sound tells me I need to look at something. It's just a question of what. It looks like British Airways is making its move. Well, Logan Air's ATR 42 has just snuck out. Let's have a closer look at this returning Eurowings A320 momentarily. Further behind, you'll note the Norwegian 737 from Oslo remains parked up. It's sort of eerily reminiscent of a few weeks back where we had a Qatari Dreamliner parked up for what seemed an age. Those of you that won that show will remember that. So the next incomer will be a British Airways Embraer 190 long range from the relatively short distance of London City Airport. And there she is. Just jumping into the chat. Sorry folks, I've been a bit tardy saying hello. Rainer M. Butchell, good afternoon to you. Whereabouts are you, my friend? Caden Christensen, hello to you too. Oh my lord, I've just realised I've stopped tracking the plane. Oh, it's a laugh a minute. Anyway, thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you with us here at Edinburgh. I'm Mark, your host. This is day 2 of 3 consecutive days of plane spotting. Crikey, that's wobbling about a bit. That looked a bit bouncy. You know, that 10% chance of rain. It's kind of materialised. So I'll rest us on this outgoing EasyJet. I might have to start tightening things up a little bit this end if this is going to be more than a bit of drizzle. I've just received a PayPal donation, so I'll say thank you for that in a jiff. So thank you, whoever that is. I'm suffering sensory overload at the minute. It's a good sensory overload, I should appreciate. Things have perked up quite nicely, haven't they? Another EasyJet by the look of it.
Right, our Logan Air ATR 42 looks like it's going to take its chance in between the diggers. Oh, come on guys, Digger TV. As I said earlier, there's probably a channel live streaming digger action, but I don't really want it from Edinburgh. Where did I get to? PayPal. Trev Lyon has made a £5 donation to the channel, so thank you Trev, thank you very much, and I mean that most sincerely. As I say, all goes into the channel. Fantastic support, mate. I'll have trouble concentrating on the plane now, won't I? Didn't think that would take an awful lot of getting off the deck. Well, our Norwegian 737 has just started moving, so whatever was holding that no longer applies, so all good. Can't decide what I think the weather's going to do. It kind of feels like it's threatening a shower. It's spitting with rain, but the dark cloud overhead is mostly overhead, so fingers crossed. Although I think I'm just going to have to break off and put the lid on my box. Just bear with me folks. Can't risk any significant catastrophe. Ah, right, thanks folks. Trev, thanks so much, not just for the PayPal donation but also the boost on the likes front. Be great if we could get to 250 before the Dreamliner. Dopey Gort was right, that does seem to be the kind of challenge we ought to be striving for. Of course, if everybody who's watching has already liked us, then that's just what it is. But thanks people, support's awesome, absolutely awesome. So on the tarmac, you are looking at EasyJet's outgoing Milan flight, A320, all dressed up, ready to go. We think, just listening to Chris to the side of me, that the Qatari Dreamliner is, we've got visual on it, and actually time-wise it's about right, isn't it? So, I think we might be pushing it to hit 250 likes by the time the Dreamliner touches down in about 4 minutes time, maybe 5. We're 20 short, but either which way we've hit the 230, so thank you folks. I see the feed stuttering a little bit, sorry about that. Like I say, I'm not sure what I can probably do to help on that. Nell W's watching planes while making tiramisu. Does life get any better? It does, Nell. Getting to eat the tiramisu and watching planes. Right, what do we have? We have a Dreamliner on the horizon, Boeing 737 Norwegian to the right of your screen, and we'll track out with this EasyJet, which is their Belfast flight. Another A320 for you. Right, Dreamliner time. No, yes, Dreamliner time. I'm guessing this will wobble our signal. That's not Dreamliner time, is it? It's a Ryanair. Oh dear, telescope time. That's the hat trick. I was looking at the wings thinking they don't look very Dreamliner-esque. Yeah. Standing by, folks. Totally missold. I called that one wrong. Should trust flight radar and my colleagues. Oh dear. Vicky F. They had the Qatar 350 here, I'm going to say early January last I saw it. I was gutted. I think they swapped the runways round at the back end of the stream, and sure enough it was a 350, and I've never seen one here since. Right, off to Belfast. That must be the Dreamliner I can see now on the horizon. The wings certainly look like a Dreamliner's wings. At least the rain seems to be clearing off, which will be a bonus, because I would like to be able to get us to 1 o'clock. If we go longer by public demand, so be it. Now here is the Dreamliner. No telescope needed for this. Just gorgeous on the eye, isn't it? Let's see how close to 250 likes we can get by the time the wheels touch the ground.
I think we'll leave the camera there for a second. See if we can track him back. Don't see any incoming. Oh, I can see some incoming action. Not complaining about that. So the incoming action will be in the form of a Lufthansa A320 from Frankfurt, matter of minutes out, pursued over the Firth Forth by another BA arrival, a British Airways A321 Neo. So both of those actions imminent. Looks like the Qatar Airways has carried on through the fence, certainly gone long. Time for a quick delve into the chat. I've got to be honest, Ken Alloway, I think you're probably right there, mate. 787, not much to love there, is there? Nell W, sorry, I just caught this one up. So the streaming, we will stream till at least 1 o'clock, the advertised time. Probably going to go longer, 1:30. It's up to you, the viewer. If you want me to go longer and I've got electric, I will continue to run. Right, I've got an arrival over my shoulder. Let's have a quick look see. I tell you what, if we peel off the Qatari Dreamliner, we'll catch it up by the time this incoming plane lands. Now I'm happy to stream till I run out of juice. I love it here. Even the diggers aren't putting me off in terms of optimism. So this will be our Lufthansa Frankfurt flight. Now we can pull in for a bit of Dreamliner action. See somebody else just starting finals, but I think we can have our cake and eat it with a spot of luck. So that'll be the British Airways A321 Neo that is shortly to land. But in the meantime, we will content ourselves with a Qatar Airways 787 Dreamliner, recently arrived from Doha. Once we've packed these two movements away, I'll have a quick look, see, check on the power situation, see how long I think we'll be able to go. What a scene. And at 10 o'clock to me, Eastern Airways ATR 42 is just about to, well, it is taxiing out now, you can probably hear it. Right, let's get back to the British Airways incoming action, A321. Just about there. So yes, very much planes, trains and diggers today. We always strive to bring you something different, but I didn't think diggers would be on the agenda, but hey-ho.
spot of lofty action for a few seconds. So we've got plenty of planes here. It was a bit thin earlier. Here's our Dreamliner, living that dream. And further on round, our Eastern Airways ATR 42. On its way to Humberside. I do think though, going back to Keith Winter's comment, the Planes, Trains and Diggers channel is definitely for somebody else. Dopey Gorp, thank you so much my friend. I've had a couple of more ragged moments today. I'm just not quite at the setup here that I would normally like. The spot's the same, it's just not usually where I stand. Thought it was. Anyway, by the by, thanks for your kind words. Rachel M. Buchel. Diggers used to, cows are missing. Yeah, I don't think we can help you on that one. There's any sheep over my shoulder? No, can't see any sheep either. There seems to be agricultural land. Might spot some on the hills. That looks agricultural as well, doesn't it? This won't be hanging around. Oh, our Chewy 737's on its way out as well, folks. So we've got continuity of action, so stay with us as we are in the final hour or thereabouts of our stream. Anyone that's recently joined, just a quick and belated hi from me, Mark, your host. Pleasure to have you with us. So let's have a bit of neo action as this plane trundles to its gate. Captain U Productions, hello my friend. Yes, thank you. It's the Boeing 737 as next one out. Thanks for that shout, mate. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Oh my lord, I just spotted Alibi 58 saying we're only 30 subs off 2k. Well, do you know what? I hadn't really given that a considerable amount of thought, but yeah, I'm blown away, folks. So thank you to everybody that's joined the show. I didn't think we'd be in the game where 2k would turn up today. I would definitely say to people that are on the stream that aren't subscribed, please do subscribe. It'd be fantastic to get to 2,000 subscribers on this show. Kind of figured that might happen potentially either tomorrow or next week. Sorry, I missed that when you first posted, Alibi. Fancy that. And where are we on likes? 235, so still chasing 250, but time enough to do it. So the plane you are looking at is on its way to Paris shortly. I didn't appreciate that TUI actually had Paris as a route. It shows you something new every day. Another train on queue. Right, I'm going to take a quick moment to check where we are with power, and I can give you a reasonable forecast on where the show is likely to finish. Been a pleasure, Christopher. Pleasure to meet you, mate.
How long are you here?
About 1 o'clock, maybe it's 1:30. I'll see you around another time, my friend.
I'll be right. Did you say you're off to Newcastle tomorrow?
Yeah, that's home territory.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, my ex was down in Newcastle. Hang on. Cheers, Mark.
Stay safe, buddy. Just spotted we've got some buffering, so if you can hear the audio, please bear with me. Sorry folks, it was an unexpected buffering glitch there. Do apologise. So, sorry about that. So 241 likes, brilliant. And we'll have to go a bit back further in the chat. Sorry folks if I've missed saying goodbye to people or hello. So we've just seen the TUI 737 out, so that's good. Trev Lyon, thanks again mate for your stellar support, really do appreciate that. Alibi 58 tomorrow, I think, Mark. Sorry mate, I've not got the context with that one. Guessing it's something I was saying. And Chris Horsfield is the gentleman you heard me saying goodbye to. Super bloke. Nice to meet people when we're down spotting, isn't it? And he's local here, so I'm sure we'll see him again on future streams. Alibi 58, Air France triple over me from Tokyo. I can see vapour trails between the clouds, but it's basically above the cloud, mate. Top tip.
For a minute I thought you were toying with me. You say it's diverted here for some reason. That really would be a catch and a half, wouldn't it? Lally Macklin, he can see it, so I feel I've missed out. Although when I crane my neck behind me, there's more blue behind me than there is in front. So, hey ho. Sky's turning over quite fast now in terms of clouds and so forth. Keith Winter, see you my friend. Thank you so much for your fabulous support today and your kind donation to the channel. It's been a real pleasure to be able to bring you the action from Edinburgh. We're in a bit of a pause at the minute, but do take care. Hope to see you tomorrow, definitely. Carl Shield, you take care buddy. Again, hope to see you next time out. And yes, it is a great spotting community, you know, well, certainly on the channel and in the chat, but you meet some great people when you're actually down airside as well. It's brilliant. Les Donaldson, back again. Fridge been fed. Very good. Oh, what's that? I can hear some helicopter action behind me, but it's might be in need of one of Ken's telescopes. Keep an ear on that one. Ali can see the Chewy climbing past. Good spot, mate. I'd love to live around here. Right, I suppose we better have a look, see, check in on the action in terms of what's next in. So on the deck, transponding away, we have a British Airways A320 bound for London Heathrow, and that is pretty much what you were trained on. So let's just zoom this up a little bit more as this plane prepares to push back. I can also see we've got a BizJet sparked up. In fact, that's where we're going next. Bit of BizJet action. A Dassault Falcon 2000 LXS. Doesn't say who owns it on here. So, in fact, we'll just stay with the British Airways pushback. Right, let's go and find our Dassault Falcon. I do like these, they are a favourite of mine. Nothing not to like there, is there? Gorgeous. Just fired a quick snap off. Probably going to do another one, so you might get another stutter in a minute. Sorry folks. Right, that's my snap happy ways at an end. Thank you, Quickening Cat. They are nice.
certainly know life's been good to you, don't you, when you're flying on one of these. Now my money is on this going up like the proverbial rocket ship. Obviously you would expect it to go out long, but I've got a feeling this one's going to be very sharp. Okay. Rendered speechless. Trev Lyon sat in a Dassault Mirage Fighter at Church Fenton show in '76. How cool is that, my friend? They're the kind of memories that stay with you forever, aren't they? Whose was that? The French Air Force? Oh boy. Les, I think sun cream will become part of the kit going forward. Now we're moving towards that spring sunshine. I've got a feeling I've probably got a redder face than you might expect. Digger Watch, yeah. Anyone that's just joined this channel, this is not Digger Watch. That is actually on somebody else's channel later. Continuous digger action here from Edinburgh, punctuated by some aeroplanes. And somebody else looks like they're on the way in. Not sure if that's been shouted. It has thanks Alibi, KLM 190 standard on finals. You are so right, sir. Keeping us plied with aviation action. We'll just hold the camera there, folks. Catch it when it turns. Give me a chance to peek into the chat. I'm with you, Paul Usher, KLM and Ice. I'm looking forward to flying with them. Be a first. Trev Lyon, 16 when you sat in that Dassault Mirage. Crikey, where does the time go, eh? Ali McLennan was only 2 then. Oh, where does their time go? And we're 1 off 250, folks. It nearly snuck by us as this KLM taxiing back. Sorry. There we go. Getting a right good face of sunshine at the minute. Shan't be needing to worry about a summer holiday for a tan. Pretty stylish, I think you'll agree. Zooming along. What did we think, Alibi, from the last chat here? Did we say 20 knots ground speed or something for taxiing? I did tweet the airport to ask, but they haven't got round to responding yet, which is a shame. So, as that turns off, one eye on the EasyJet A320 that is just about to go, well, to turn out. See somebody else is on finals. Captain New Productions, Ryanair 5590 737 MAX incoming. I've got visuals, sir. Thank you very much. I think the EasyJet departure will comfortably get out in advance, and the 250's up. Thank you so much, all of you, all 251 as stands. Fantastic stuff. Hoping that sound doesn't indicate the stream has dropped, so please bear with me. Seems to be there. Got that many audio alerts of different flavours. Let's get this arrival. In fact, there's another one teeing up behind it. Right, what have we got? Looks like EasyJet have a movement. Let's just catch things up. So the plane you are watching, we just zoom up with a little bit more caution, is an Airbus A320 off to Berlin. Whereas we have an incoming Ryanair from Bratislava, I can see on my peripheral vision. So it looks like we've got a little bit of continuity, which is good. My camcorder tells me I have 30 minutes of juice left, which would take us to about 1:20. So that'll be the show close, folks. If we hit a pause in play, then obviously we might finish a little bit earlier, but I'm hopeful that that won't be the case. There's a few on the move at the minute, so it looks like the last half an hour of the show will be fairly busy on action. Let's go to the far end of the runway. So that'll be our Berlin flight, shortly to depart. Aviator Spot, thank you so much, sir. We aim to please. There has been a bit of stuttering on the audio feed sporadically through the stream. Seems to be an issue, I think, with the signal here. It's usually very good, but whether the mast behind is operating in its usual way, and we've got these guys in the foreground with their diggers, I don't know if they're affecting us. I didn't really want to move away from 1080p to 720 in terms of quality. And mercifully, other than a very light shower, barely a shower, we've done okay on the weather front as well. So let's catch up with our Embraer 190 long range, making that arduous journey back to London City Airport. Les, it might say it's raining, and we have had spots of rain, but so far so good. Although as I'm looking over towards the Pentland Hills, I won't move the camera, but it looks to me like it might be raining there for sure. Largely behind me it's blue sky and white clouds. Yeah, I'm sorry about the stuttering, folks. I have no waking clue what's causing that. Trust me, if I could do something about it in terms of setup, I would. Right, showtime. Another movement to my left, another EasyJet, not moving at particularly speedy pace, but what's the hurry? So baby bus returned to Amsterdam. Ken Walker, good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show. I'm Mark, your host. We're in the last 30 minutes or so, my friend, but I'm pleased to be able to say that we will be broadcasting again tomorrow, live from Newcastle International Airport. According to my camcorder, we are in the last 25 minutes of the stream. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Trev, a glitch in the matrix, may well be. It's got me scratching my head, that's for sure. This particular location I always consider to be quite a high reliability one. I mean, that was a feature yesterday at Glasgow. Unless someone's going to tell me different in the chat, I thought the signal held beautifully throughout the stream. A few more movements would have been well received, but in terms of the consistency of broadcast, it felt like it were there. Right, I can see somebody out over Firth of Forth. No rush here. Well, I suppose Amsterdam's not going anywhere, is it? Oh, and Eurowings are on the way out as well. So, all looking good. 2 light short of 260. Well, that's going well. An alibi, thank you, mate. We have a Boeing 737 MAX 8200 from Shannon in next, so we'll look out for that. And the Norwegian 737 is also on the roll, well, on its way out. So I'll pull away shortly to the incoming Ryanair Shannon flight. So this plane returning to Dusseldorf. Right, let's get with it. So as always, if you are new to the channel, not yet subscribed, like what you see, please do give us your support. Hit the like button. Subscription will be fantastic. That doesn't cost you a penny. And if you hit the notification bell, you can stay in touch with our future broadcasts and video releases. Fantastic to have you with us. We are small, growing, based mainly in Newcastle and Edinburgh. So today's something of a home fixture, even though it's a fair way up the A1, but punctuated with away trips both in the UK and abroad. Recently in Dublin. In March we're off to Amsterdam, 18th and 19th of March, so date for your diary. I hadn't realised until Alibi put the thought in my head that we were so close to 2,000 subscribers. How's it looking now, Alibi? I love Ken's checklist, you know, that is class. That's another one out and another one in. Which looks like an easy jet at first glance from London Stansted. So a nice little period of action, bit of train action there, look at that. Great shot. Diggers, trains and planes again. If only Keith Winter was still on the stream, he'd approve. End to end, it's like being at Wimbledon. So this Norwegian 737 on its way back to Oslo. $20 more subs to make 2,000. Heartfelt plea to anybody on the stream that is not yet subscribed to us. Be great if we could hit 2,000 today, and if you do turn the clock to 2,000, if you are the 2,000th person, please do sing it out in the chat. But whether you're 2,000 or the first ever subscriber, I'd say thanks anyway. Fantastic support. I generally take the view that if we can make the streams interesting enough, that the numbers look after themselves. But of course, all things being YouTube, that's probably a slightly naive view in terms of how the channel gets promoted. Ken Alloway, thanks, I've just seen the great shot comment. Cheers, buddy. So we're looking at a Ryanair departure to Paris. Nice weekend to be had there. I think I've said previously I plan on taking Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation for a weekend to Paris in the spring. Before anybody asks, no, I'll not be live streaming from Paris. I think I might be pushing my good boy vouchers a bit too far to say, how do you fancy a cultural romantic weekend in Paris but would you mind if we spent the afternoon spotting planes at Charles de Gaulle? Tempting. Oh, Vicky F, that's above and beyond. Thank you so much. Yeah, Trev Lyon, it is the Norwegian livery is not my favourite. Look at that for a shot. Oh dear. This is like these kind of live broadcast situations. You know, when you see a newsreader there and there's some kids in the background making gestures or just generally larking about. Well, obviously this isn't quite that, but the unscripted presence of diggers in shots. Never thought about that when I rocked up. Alibi. Free JCB lesson. We could even live stream it, I suppose, couldn't we, as a special incentive. Hilarious. Paul Rusher, thanks for the boost, mate. I really appreciate the brilliant support from everybody that's been on the stream. Moderators, people in the chat. The chat, as you know, I'm a massive fan of the chat. Not just because, you know, Plane Sailing Aviation is my channel, but it's the people with the channel that make the channel, not the person pointing the camera. Panasonic make that a fairly easy thing to do, albeit to various degrees of effectiveness. 16 minutes left on the camcorder. Can we get to 2K? As we wave this plane off to Paris. Wow, that sun has come through fierce. So I'm just going to rest us up on the lofty, and it's adjacent EasyJet. In the foreground I see to the right of the position that you're looking at, just a succession of Ryanairs all parked. So let's have a look. Quickening cat, yeah, digger going nowhere all day. Such is the way it goes, isn't it? Right, I'm just having a quick check of the setup, folks, just bear with me. You might get a bit of rustling because I've just realised there's some other bits I need to check. Oh, that wasn't a good sound. Oh, I'm still here, folks. I'm not knocked off early. Taking an early finish on a Friday. As if. Those were the days. Crikey. Alibi 58. 10 subs to 2,000. We could do with some kind of countdown clock. I've got 14 minutes of battery life, folks. 10 short? By God. And Ken has confirmed that our Lufthansa is pinging. Excellent. So that should be on the move shortly. So that'd be great if we can catch that before we run out of electricity. It's all nip and tuck really. 265 on the likes, going well. Daniel Jaeger, if I've said Jaeger correctly, where is Edinburgh? well, capital city of Scotland. I'll leave it to my Scottish colleagues on the chat to give you a more precise location. Over to you, fellas, or ladies and gentlemen. Kind of towards the eastern side, isn't it? Oh, look at that. We have movement from Lufthansa. And as I often reflect, and I know there's mixed views in the chat, I do love the new livery, but I also love the old one. It really is one of those I can't choose, or won't choose, I don't know which. So every time I see a Lufthansa, I'm happy. Well, somebody's on finals, that's good news. And that will be a Ryanair 737 from Wrocław, which I think is in Poland if my geography is serving me well. Could be a bit hungry now, so I don't know, I could get a bit leery with where things are. That looks about 2 to 3 minutes out. Ali McLennan, how I love the M8. Although to be fair, other than the Glasgow bit, it played fair and square with me in both directions, so can't really complain. Dopey Gorp, see you mate, sorry if I've missed you as I've seen your comment. Thanks for your super support, buddy, really appreciate that, and do hope to see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the day. Dopey Gorp, one of 3 fantastic moderators that make our channel what it is. Paul Denio the 4th, not with us today, but Dopey Gorp, Ken Alloway and Alibi 58, you guys rock. You really do. Looks like we have another Ryanair movement. I'll just train you there for a minute. Assume that's Ryanair. Yep, more on that in a bit, folks. Bit of a taster for our next departure. With our remaining 10 minutes on the camera, I think we should catch it. While we await our Lufthansa departure to Frankfurt. Oh, you can't believe it, can you? I reckon if I'd requested that particular positioning, we wouldn't have got it. Of course, you are a moderator as well, aren't you, Paul, on another channel? Grateful, therefore even more grateful when you choose to spend time with us, because there's so much choice out there.
Showtime! To be honest, everybody in the chat, you are absolutely superb. I mean, I give the moderators a shout out in particular, obviously for the role that they do, but each and every one of you. People thing, isn't it, really? And the people that I'm blessed with that join me on this channel are great company, no question. I sometimes wonder where the time goes. The only wrinkle I ever find in my day is the technology going to play well for me, or the weather, but that's outside broadcast. The company you keep during a live stream, that's what really motivates. Oh, you're a double modder, Paul Usher. Thing is about aviation, it's kind of compulsive, isn't it? Right, just bear with me. Well, I'm just double checking a couple of things with the setup. You're quite right, Ken. All about the aviation. As you can tell, I'm just feeling a little chillier than I was. Ryanair's everywhere you look. One of the oddities yesterday, wasn't it? Ryanair was conspicuous by its absence. Did we see one? I can't remember. One or none. Jonathan Young, just seen here, you joined us at lunch at work. I hope your day's whistling past, mate, and you are off at the weekend. Les Donaldson says Ryanair from Seville next in. I've got a visual on that one, Les. That might be our last arrival with 6 minutes on the camera. 268 on the likes. How are we doing, Alibi, on the subscriber count? I don't want to miss the 2k moment if it happens today. If it doesn't, it'll be on for another day. But with 6 minutes on the clock, it would be nice to acknowledge the moment if it happens live on air, as I say. Okay, 10 short, so that's going to be another day, I figure, with 6 minutes on the clock. So final call on that one for this show. If you've not yet subscribed and you like what you see, please do subscribe with us, and 10 more subscribers by the end of the show takes us to the magic 2,000, which is quite a nice milestone, but it will keep for another day. But I'd love to be able to herald the moment live on air if it's possible. Even better if whoever is number 2000 pops a name in the chat, but hey ho. So we are just waiting on the Seville incomer. 5 minutes worth of juice. That will be the final plane of the show, folks. I can't see anything else
imminently moving at this end. Yes, I agree, Alibi. That is a good shout, mate. I was musing on this with my boy the other day. There is definitely, it would be great to have a lady moderator on the team. So anybody that is in the chat regularly that, oops, cripes, I'm talking and not filming. So folks, hold that thought. Got 5 minutes left. Bit raggy really for the last shot of the show. Sorry about that, folks. I was musing on the next bit. So yes, any ladies that are in our chat that fancy moderating, either let me know in the chat or drop me an email at plane.sailing.aviation@gmail.com. You'll find that on our YouTube homepage anyway, because yes, there is a need to be more inclusive, reflective, add a bit of balance and all the good things. Well, hang on a minute, Alibi 58, Ryanair from Sofia in 5 minutes. I've got 4 minutes on the clock. Tell you what, let's do it. If the stream dies, my apologies folks, we played to the whistle. I quite like that idea. Tell you what we will do though, in the meantime, let's have a look. So anybody that has recently joined us, we are live again tomorrow from Newcastle, so hope you can join us, 6:45 in the morning. But if the daylight is sufficiently with me and there's planes moving around, I will stream a little bit earlier, so potentially as early as 7:30, otherwise it'll be the advertised time. I won't go live just to show you a static airfield. Ken Alloway has proposed Nell W for a mod. Now, I reckon that's a solid proposal, Ken. It gets a yeah, you here. Nell, are you in the chat? Would you like to be a mod? Are there any other ladies out there who would like to be a mod? Trev Lyons offered up Audrey, I think, unless I've missed the bit that goes first. Two minutes left on the clock. It's going to beat us. I can see it as well. Oh, I don't know. This is just too tempting. I'm not going to do the usual piece to camera because it'll be a waste of the 2 minutes. You don't want to see my ugly mush. You can see me tomorrow. I will say again, thank you to everybody who's joined us today, watched the show, moderated the show, contributed in the chat. Fantastic company, absolutely fantastic. New subscribers, existing subscribers. I think I've said that one, but anyway, by the by, and also donated to the channel. We had a number of donations today which I've thanked as they've been made. I was going to do a roll call of those, but unfortunately my YouTube control page isn't showing me the totals or with the names and everything, but I will put a community post out later and double down on my thanks, because that all rolls forward to the next good thing that we do. Right, I see that Ryanair turning in now. 2 minutes on the clock. Eek, this is tight. Ken, thank you my friend, great feedback. Nell, you've got another vote here. Paul Rush's coming to your corner. Are you still in the chat? Vicky F, it's the way it rolls, isn't it? But we have the excitement of 1 minute now on the camcorder and a Ryanair on finals. Sorry folks if the video drops, but we've played to the whistle, and that's, you know, that's what you want in it really. Pool usher, Janelle might do it. Well, Jan, if you're in the chat, throw your hat into the ring. 1 or 2 quality nominations flying around, just need someone to say yay on that. Before I go any further, oh, Alibi 58, cheers buddy, much appreciated. What was the final subscriber count? I'll be musing on that as I travel back down the A1. Ali McLennan, thank you so much, sir. It's been a pleasure to be in your company, one and all. And Rachel, Raina M. Butchell, I love the emojis. Music, sweet music. Right, let's get to the plane. I'll just have to rub the battery and see if I can coax a bit of last minute juice out of it. So thanks again everybody. It would be nice to catch this one. I wasn't particularly happy with the way I caught the previous one. I'd like to finish the show in the right order. So have a good Friday everybody. Hopefully see you tomorrow at Newcastle. And I just get to say goodbye. Stay safe people. Next time.